where the roses remember. The inheritance of thorns. Some gardens do not forget the hands that planted them. By Adeline Pierce. Copyright 2026 Adeline Pierce. All rights reserved. Prologue. 30 years before. The child did not cry, and that was the strangest thing of all. Her mother carried her to the black rooms of the house with a hand pressed to the small warm back, though there was no need for quiet. The girl only watched the ceiling slide past, wide-eyed and grave, as though she already understood that silence was the price of the journey. She was not yet 4 years old. She should have been frightened of the dark, of the cold, of the way her mother's heart slammed against her cheek where it was pressed to her mother's chest. But she was a solemn, watchful child, and she seemed to know, in the wordless way of very young children, that something enormous was happening, and that her part in it was to be still. The woman moved through the house without a candle. She had lived in it all her life. She knew the tilt of every floorboard, the particular groan of the fourth stair, the places where the old walls breathed cold even in summer. She had planned this for weeks and told no one, not even her sister, because her sister would have tried to stop her, or worse, would have understood and helped, and then there would have been two of them to grieve. Better this way. Better she alone. Outside, the wind moved through the walled garden the way water moves through a drowned field, patient and total. Beneath it, under it, threaded into it, was a sound the woman had spent 19 years teaching herself not to hear. A voice. Many voices braided into one, low and sweet and terribly kind. They were calling the child's name, and the child's name was not the name her mother had given her. It was an older name, a truer name, the name the garden had chosen the night the girl was born, and the woman had heard it whispered up to the roses that very night as she lay sweating and half dead in the upstairs room, and she had known then, with a certainty that hollowed her out, that she hadn't until the child was old enough to walk the garden on her own 2 feet. After that it would be too late. After that the child would go when she was called. Not her, the woman whispered to the dark. Her voice shook. You will not have her. You have had all the rest of us. You will not have her. The roses stirred against the far wall, though there was no true wind now, only that breathing hush, and for one moment the woman thought she saw them turn their heads. Hundreds of pale blooms swinging slowly toward her in the dark, like a crowd turning to watch someone leave. She did not stop to be certain. She had made her bargain already an hour ago, standing at the green door with the sleeping child in her arms and her whole body shaking, and she knew what it would cost her, and she had agreed to pay it. She went down to the kitchen garden and the broken gate, and out onto the moor road with the child held so tight against her heart that the two of them shared a single frightened pulse. She thought, as she walked, of what she was leaving. Not the house. The house could rot. Not the family. The family was only women and roses and grief, going back and back into the dark. She was leaving her voice. That was the price. The garden did not want her body or her blood. It had blood enough. It wanted the thing that made her herself, the part that sang and remembered and could be called. And she had given it freely at the door in exchange for one thing only, that it let the child go, that it not call the child, that it forget the true name it had whispered into the roses on the night the girl was born. The garden had considered her offer in the long green silence, and then it had taken it, because a thorn freely given was worth more to it than a child dragged unwilling, and the woman had felt something go out of her then, some warmth behind the breastbone, and had known that from this night she would carry a coldness there until she died. It had taken the part of her that sang. Only that. But that was enough, for that was the deep part, the part that could be called and could call an answer. She could still speak. She would always be able to speak, to whisper, to breathe ordinary words into her daughter's hair. The garden had no use for the small daylight voice of asking and answering, but she would never sing again. She would never hum a lullaby, never lift her voice in the old way, never be able to reply if the garden called her by name across the dark. For the voice that could have answered was the voice she had given, and it was in the roses now. That was the price, and she did not care. She would have given a great deal more than a song. She would have given anything at all. Somewhere behind her, in the green throat of the garden, a new voice was already learning the old song. Her voice, her own voice, unspooling into the roses, singing the lullaby that had rocked the child to sleep every night of her short life. It was the strangest and most terrible thing the woman had ever heard, to walk away down a dark road and hear her own voice singing behind her, sweet and loving, from a place she was fleeing. She understood, hearing it, exactly what she had done. She had given the garden the perfect lure. When the child grew up, and she would grow up far away, safe, with a new name in a new place. And when she came back, as they always came back in the end, it would be her own mother's voice that called her through the door. The love would be real. That was the horror of it. The love would be entirely real, and it would be a trap, and there was nothing the woman could do about it now except keep walking and pray the child never came home at all. She did not look back. If she looked back, she would go to it. And if she went to it, she would never leave, and then there would be no one left to carry the girl away. So she fixed her eyes on the pale line of the road, and she walked, and the lullaby followed her out onto the moor and thinned and frayed behind her, and by the time the sun came up gray over the eastern hills, she could no longer hear it at all, and the child had fallen asleep at last against her shoulder, and the two of them were miles from the green door and still going. By the coast she found a woman with kind hands and no questions who agreed to take the child south, to a city, to people who arranged such things quietly. It cost the mother the last of her money and the last of her strength, and something worse than either, which was the sight of the child's face receding, grave and gray-eyed and trusting, as the car pulled away. She had told the kind woman the child's new name, a plain name, a safe name, a name with no music in it that any garden could catch hold of, and she had not told her the old one, the true one, because the fewer people who ever spoke that name aloud, the safer the child would be. By the following winter the mother was dead. Some said the cold took her, living rough as she did those last months, refusing to go home. Some said it was her heart, which had never been right, they said, since the night she ran. The truth, which no one living knew, was simpler and stranger. A person cannot live long without a voice, without the part of herself that sings and remembers and can be called. And she had given hers away at a green door in the dark. And the wonder was not that she died that winter, but that she lived as long as she did, and walked as far and kept the child safe to the very end. She died in a charity bed by the sea, and her last word was the child's new name, the plain, safe one, and she smiled when she said it, because it meant she had won. And the garden, patient above all things, settled into wait. It could afford to. It had waited far longer than 30 years before. It had the mother's voice now, singing among the roses, and it had 400 years of practice, and it knew a thing the dying woman by the sea had refused with her last breath to believe. It knew the girl would come home. They always came home in the end. You had only to wait and to keep the voice warm, and to be, when at last she came, so very glad to see her. Chapter 1. The letter. Eve Ashcroft learned that she had inherited a house on the same gray Tuesday. She learned she had ever had a great-aunt at all, and both pieces of news arrived in the same heavy cream-colored envelope, which she very nearly did not open. It had been waiting in the wire basket behind her front door when she came up from the workshop, and her first thought, seeing the thick expensive paper and the embossed return address of a firm of solicitors in a town she had never heard of, was that it must be a mistake, or one of those elaborate advertisements dressed up as real correspondence to make you open them. She almost set aside with the gas bill and the charity appeals. Her fingers were still stained the wheat color of the paste she used to reline the spines of dying books, and she did not want to mark the beautiful paper, and that absurdly was nearly the thing that saved her from ever knowing. The reluctance to smudge an envelope she assumed held nothing that mattered. But it was the end of the day, and she was tired, and there is a kind of tiredness that makes a person open things they would otherwise leave just to have the small satisfaction of dealing with them. So she washed her hands at the kitchen sink, and dried them on the towel that hung from the oven rail, and put the kettle on, and slit the envelope with her thumb while the water began its long climb toward the boil. Her flat was small and high up and full of the good north light that had made her choose it 7 years ago, over a larger place with worse windows. It was a light a restorer needs. Even cool, honest, the kind of light that shows you the truth of a thing. She had built her whole life to that light. The workshop downstairs where she mended books for libraries and collectors and the occasional grand old family selling off its past. The flat above with its shelves and its quiet and its single place set at the table. The careful, solitary, self-made life of a woman who had learned early not to expect anyone to build a life with her. She was 34 years old. She had made peace with the shape of things. She was, on the whole, and in the particular flat, unremarkable way of people who have stopped hoping for more content. The letter informed her, in the dry and courteous language of the law, that Miss Marguerite Thorne of Blackthorn House, in the county of Northumberland, had died in the 81st year of her age, and that Eve Ashcroft, named so exactly, her own plain name in the middle of all that legal formality, so there could be no mistake, was named in the late Miss Thorne's was sole heir to her entire estate. There followed a paragraph describing the property, the house itself of some antiquity, its outbuildings, its grounds, including a walled garden of notable historical and horticultural interest, and then, set apart from the rest in its own indented paragraph, as though the solicitor had wished to be quite sure it was not overlooked, a single condition. The bequest was Eve's only if she agreed to take up residence at Blackthorn House and attend its walled garden herself, in person, for a period of no less than 1 full year from the date of her arrival. Should she decline the bequest, or should she depart the property before the full year had elapsed, the entire estate, house, grounds, garden, and all, would pass instead to the Crown. The kettle began to shudder toward its boil, a rising note in the quiet flat. Eve read the paragraph again. Then she read it a third time, standing very still at the counter, and the strangeness of it settled over her slowly, like snow. She had never heard the name Marguerite Thorne in her life. She was almost certain of it, and she had reason to be certain, because Eve had spent a good part of her childhood and most of her early 20s trying to find out where she came from, and a name like that, a relative like that, a house like that, would not have escaped her. She had been orphaned young. Her mother had died when Eve was very small, a wet road. So the story went, a story so worn from handling that it had lost all its edges and most of its details, and there had been no father in the picture at all, and no other family that anyone could find. And so Eve had passed to the care of the state and a series of foster homes, kind and less kind, and had emerged at 18 into the world alone, with a small suitcase and a birth certificate that told her almost nothing. She said the name aloud to the empty flat, testing it. Marguerite Thorne. The syllables felt strange in her mouth, and yet somehow already worn, already familiar. The way a word is familiar when you have known it only in a dream and cannot remember the dream. Thorne, she said again, and something moved far down in her, some old sunk thing shifting on the bottom, and she did not know what it was, and it frightened her a little, and she turned to lift the screaming kettle off the heat, mostly to have something ordinary to do with her hands. There was a second sheet folded behind the first. She had almost missed it. It was not typed on the solicitor's letterhead like the rest. It was a single leaf of thin old writing paper, folded in 3, and it was covered on both sides in a spidered, old-fashioned copperplate that shook and staggered in places, as though the hand that held the pen had been very old, or very frightened, or both. Eve unfolded it under the good north light and began to read, and the tea went unmade in the pot behind her and grew cold, and she did not notice. Eve, it read, not dear Miss Ashcroft, not dear madam, only her name, her plain first name, as though the writer had known her all her life, had dandled her as a baby, had earned the right to that intimacy long ago. If you are reading this, then I have run out of time, and I am so very sorry, because there is so much I meant to tell you to your face, and now it must all go into this poor letter instead, and a letter cannot hold your hand while you read it, and you are going to need your hand held. I have been looking for you for 30 years, the letter went on. That is the first thing you must know, and the truest. 30 years, Eve, since you were a very little girl. I will not tell you yet why or how you came to be lost, because those are long stories, and this is a short letter, and there are things you must be told first, urgent things, rules, and if I spend my few pages on the past, I will not have room for them. So listen. Whatever else you do, listen, and do as I say, even though I am a stranger to you and have no right to ask anything. Come to the house. I know it is a great deal to ask. A year of your life, in a strange, cold country, for a woman you never met. But come. There are reasons you must come that I cannot write here. Tend the garden, but only the vegetable beds and the orchard. Do you hear me? Only the growing things outside the walls. Do not go into the walled garden after dark. Do not answer if you are called. And you will be called Eve by your name, and it will not always be a name you recognize. And whatever else you do, whatever you come to feel in that place, however much it comes to feel like home, do not let it convince you that you belong to it. You do not. That is the one thing I was able to give you long ago at a great price, and it is the one thing you must not throw away. You do not belong to the garden. Whatever it tells you, and it will tell you many things, and they will be true, you do not belong to it. Hold on to that when you can hold on to nothing else. Forgive me, the letter ended. Forgive me for finding you too late to do this gently. Forgive me for the year I am asking of you and for the things you will learn and for not being there to hold your hand. I did the best I could with a bad situation and a failing heart. I loved you before I ever found you. I hope that means something, coming from a stranger. I think perhaps it will by the end. It was signed, simply with a single initial, M. Eve read the letter through twice more, standing at the counter in the fading north light, and then she sat down at the table in her single chair and read it again. The flat was very quiet around her. Down in the street a bus sighed past, and somewhere a car alarm started and stopped, and the ordinary evening noises of the city went on being ordinary, indifferent, a world away from the spidered urgent words in her hands. She should have been frightened, she thought distantly. A sensible woman would have been frightened, or at the very least would have concluded that poor Miss Marguerite Thorne had been, at the end, not entirely sound of mind. All those warnings, that talk of being called by name, of the garden telling her things. It was a letter of someone confused. It had to be, and yet I have been looking for you for 30 years. Eve had been 4 years old 30 years ago. She had been 4 years old and newly motherless and just beginning her long passage through other people's houses. And all that time, apparently, unknown to her, an old woman in the far north of the country had been searching, not for an heir, or not only for an heir. The letter did not read like a woman who had found a convenient stranger to take a burdensome house off the Crown's hands. It read like a woman who had found someone she had lost. I loved you before I ever found you. Eve looked at that line for a long time, and something in her chest ached that she had thought long since gone numb, and she was horrified to find that her eyes had filled. She told herself she would decline. It was madness, obviously. She had a life here, a business, clients, a flat she loved, the whole careful structure she had built with her own 2 hands out of nothing. She could not simply abandon it all and vanish into Northumberland for a year to tend the garden of a dead madwoman who wrote unhinged letters about voices and names. She would write a polite reply to the solicitors in the morning, expressing her condolences and her regret, and she would let the strange, sad business pass to the Crown, and in a week she would have half forgotten it. She was sure of this. She went to bed sure of it. And that night she dreamed of a garden she had never seen. High walls of old red brick, blind and windowless, enclosing a square of deep green dark. A low door, painted green, its paint blistered and peeling. And roses, thousands of roses, massed and climbing and heavy-headed, breathing in the darkness, filling the dream with scent so thick and sweet it was almost a taste. And somewhere among them, unseen, a woman was singing. It was a lullaby. Eve knew it. She knew it the way she knew her own heartbeat, from before memory, from beneath it, note for note and word for wordless word, though she could not, waking, have said where she had ever heard it, because no one had ever sung her to sleep that she could recall, not once in 34 motherless years. But she knew this song, and in the dream she was walking toward it, toward the green door and the singing behind it, and she was not afraid. She was glad. She was going home at last, after a lifetime of being no one from nowhere, and all she had to do was open the door. She woke at dawn with the tune still in her mouth and tears on her face, and the decision already made, the way some decisions are made in the body long before the mind consents to them. She lay in the gray early light and listened to her own heart slowing and new, with a certainty that had nothing to do with sense, that she was going to Blackthorn House. She had to, not for the inheritance. She cared nothing for the house. She was going because a woman she had never met had loved her and looked for her for 30 years, and because there was a song she knew and could not account for, and because somewhere underneath her plain, safe, self-made life there was a well she had floored over long ago, and its cover had just, with a single cream-colored envelope, been pried up, and she could feel the cold coming off the dark water, and she knew she would have no peace now until she had looked down into it and seen what was there. She understood, lying there in the dawn with the lullaby fading in her mouth. Never really had a choice at all. Perhaps she had never had one, not since she was 4 years old, and carried away in the dark from a place she could not remember. Perhaps the whole of her careful life had only been the long way round, and this was where the road had always been going. She got up and washed her face, and went down to the workshop to begin, with steady hands, the work of taking her life apart so that she could carry it north. Chapter 2. The Life She Left. To understand what Blackthorn House did to Eve Ashcroft, you have first to understand the life it took her from, for it was a small life and a quiet one, and she had built every inch of it herself out of very little, and she had loved it more than she ever quite admitted, in the way people love things they have made alone and expect no one else to value. She lived, in those days, in 2 rooms above a shuttered dry cleaner's in a part of southeast London that the maps called Nunhead, and everyone else called nowhere in particular, a district of terrace houses and corner shops, and a great green Victorian cemetery gone half to wilderness, where he walked on Sunday mornings among the leaning angels and the ivy-swallowed graves and felt, among all that gentle ruin, more at peace than anywhere else in the city. Her flat was reached by an iron staircase at the back, and it was cramped and low-ceilinged and cold in winter, and it had one great virtue that had made her sign the lease within 10 minutes of seeing it, 7 years before, a wide north-facing window in a larger room, through which fell the even, cool, shadowless light that is the one thing a restorer of books cannot do without. She had set her workbench beneath that window, and there she had spent the better part of 7 years, bent over the broken and the dying and the water-damaged and the worm-eaten, in the good gray light, mending. She had come to the work by a crooked road, as people in unusual trades usually have. There had been no family business, no apprenticeship arranged by a knowing uncle. There had been only a girl of 19, aged out of care of the state, working behind the counter of a second-hand bookshop off the Charing Cross Road, because it was indoors and quiet, and no one bothered her, and an old man named Mr. Rackham who owned the shop and did a little restoration in the back, and who noticed, over the course of a year, that the strange solitary girl had hands. That was how he put it, the only compliment he ever paid her. "You've got hands, girl." He had taken her into the back room and taught her, over the better part of a decade, everything he knew, the paring of leather, the mixing of paste, the invisible mending of a torn leaf, the patience, above all the patience, for it was a trade that could not be hurried and punished those who tried. Mr. Rackham had died when he was 20, and left her his tools and his good name among the collectors, and nothing else, having nothing else to leave. And Eve had taken the tools and the name and the Northlit flat and set up on her own, and made, out of those small inheritances, a living and a life. It was not a life crowded with people. She had clients, whom she liked and kept at a careful professional distance. The auction houses that sent her their damaged lots, the 2 or 3 grand old libraries that trusted her with their treasures, the private collectors, mostly elderly, mostly men, who valued her precisely because she was discreet and solitary and returned their precious things better than she had received them and did not want to chat. She had acquaintances, the Turkish family who ran the corner shop and knew her order, the woman 2 doors down who took in her parcels, a handful of others in the trade with whom she exchanged shop talk and the occasional careful pint. And she had, if she was honest, exactly one friend, a bookbinder named Priya, of about her own age, sharp and warm and married with a chaos of children, who had adopted Eve years before the brisk determination of a woman who has decided you are lonely whether you admit it or not, and who dragged her to Sunday lunches 4 or 5 times a year, and refused to let her vanish entirely into her work and her solitude. It was Priya, and Priya alone, whom Eve had told she was going north. And Priya had looked at her long and hard across a kitchen full of shrieking children and said, "A year, alone, in the middle of nowhere, for a house left to you by a woman you never met." And Eve had said yes. That was about the size of it. And Priya had said, "You'll write to me every week. And if you go strange up there, I'm coming to fetch you. I mean it. I'll put the whole circus in the car and come." It had been a joke, mostly. Eve thought of it later, up at Blackthorn House in the deep of the winter, and did not find it funny at all, and was glad past words that at least one person in the world had said it, because that was the truth at the bottom of Eve's quiet life, the truth she had arranged the whole of it never to have to look at. She was, in the ways that counted, alone in the world, and had made herself so on purpose. A childhood spent in other people's houses teaches a particular lesson, that attachments are temporary, that people move you on, that the safest love is a love you do not give. And he had learned it early and well, and built a life to its specifications, a life with good work and good light, and a very few careful people held at exactly arm's length, a life with no one in it who could leave her, because she had let no one far enough into matter. She had told herself this was contentment. She had told herself she preferred it, and perhaps she had, in the daylight, over her bench, in the good gray north light. But she dreamed sometimes of things she had no memory of a warmth, a voice, a song, and woke with her face wet and no idea why, and got up and made her tea, and went to her bench, and did not think about it. That was the woman the letter found. That was the woman who read, "I have been looking for you for 30 years over a cooling pot of tea in a northlit flat above a dead dry cleaner's," and felt the floor of her careful life tilt toward a well she had spent 30 years flooring over. She had built a life with no one who could leave her. She had never reckoned on someone reaching out of the far north to tell her that someone, long ago, had never wanted to leave her at all. Chapter 3. Blackthorn House. It took her the better part of a month to arrange her affairs, and every day of that month she expected to come to her senses, and every day she did not. She wrote to the solicitors accepting bequest, and had a reply by return that was warmer than she expected, almost relieved, as though the man had not been at all sure she would come. She arranged for her few active restoration jobs to be finished or passed to a colleague. She gave notice on the workshop lease, which cost her a pang sharper than she had expected, and arranged to store her tools and her books. She told the handful of people who needed telling, a client or two, the woman downstairs who took in her parcels, that she had inherited a house in the north and would be gone a year, and she watched their faces do the small polite arithmetic of mild surprise and mild envy, and none of them knew to be frightened for her, because she had not told them about the letter, because there was no one in her life close enough to be told about the letter. That, more than anything, was what decided her in the end. If she vanished for a year, or forever, there was no one who would come looking. She had spent her life making sure of exactly that, needing no one, being needed by no one, and only now, packing to leave, did she feel the cold edge of what she had built. The train carried her north for the better part of a day. She watched the country change to the window, watched the tame green south give way by degrees to something older and harder and emptier, the fields growing larger and the towns growing sparser, and the sky growing wider and lower until it seemed to press down on the land like a lid. By the time she changed onto a small local line that would carry her the last stretch, the other passengers had thinned to almost no one, and the land outside had gone to open moor, mile upon mile of it, rolling and treeless, in the color of old bruises, purple-brown and rust, and a dead gray-green. under a sky the color of pewter. Eve had grown up in cities. She had lived her whole life among walls and lights and the close, comfortable press of other people. She had not known, until she watched it slide past the train window hour after hour, that a landscape could feel like a held breath, that emptiness could feel like attention. The moor did not look at her, of course. It was only land, only heather and stone and the long wind. But it felt, absurdly, as though it were aware of her, as though the whole vast emptiness had turned, very slightly, to mark the passage of the small, warm human thing crossing it, going north, going in. A car had been arranged to meet her at the tiny terminal station, which was little more than a platform and a shed. The driver was a taciturn local man of perhaps 50, with a weathered face and pale, careful eyes, and he took her single large case and stowed it in the boot and answered her attempts at conversation in single words, or in no words at all, only a grunt or a nod, until she mentioned, making small talk, the name of the house she was going to. Blackthorn House, she said. Do you know it? I've inherited it, if you can believe that, from a great aunt I never even knew I had. The man's hands tightened on the wheel. She saw it clearly, the knuckles standing out pale, and she saw the careful pale eyes flick to her in the mirror and then away, and after that he did not speak again at all, not one word, for the whole long climb up into the hills. Eve watched the back of his head and felt the silence change character. From the ordinary taciturnity of a countryman with a stranger to something else, something withheld and wary, and she understood that she had said a name that meant something here, and that what it meant was not good. The road climbed and narrowed, and at last lost its markings altogether, becoming a single gray ribbon of tarmac between hedges of wind-bent hawthorn that closed in on either side like the walls of a green corridor. They passed through a village, a huddle of gray stone houses around a gray stone church, a shop, a shut public house, and Eve saw faces turn at windows to watch the car go by, and saw the marker in the passenger seat, a stranger, and she saw something move across those faces that she could not read from a moving car, but that left her cold all the same. Then the village was behind them, and the hedges fell away, and the road ran out alone across the high open moor to a fold in the land where the ground dropped away, and the driver slowed and stopped at the top of a long descending drive. Below them, in its hollow, lay Blackthorn House. It was smaller than Eve had imagined, and far stranger. She had pictured, without quite meaning to, something grand, a manor, a hall, the kind of house that comes with inheritance and stories. This was not grand. It was low and long and dark, a house of almost black stone that looked older than any building she had ever seen, older than seemed possible, as though it had not been built so much as grown or dug up. Its windows were small and deep-set and dark. Its roof dipped and sagged in the middle along the ridge, like the spine of some ancient animal lying down. It crouched in its fold of the moor with its back to the wind, and around the neglected garden spread in every direction, gray and tangled and gone to seed, an old orchard on one side, with trees unpruned and leaning, a kitchen garden gone to nettle and dock, and behind the house, unmistakable even from the top of the drive, rose the high red brick walls of the walled garden. It was a great square enclosure, and it was blind, no windows, no openings that you could see from here, only the sheer red brick walls rising 12 feet or more, their tops softened and blurred by the dark tangle of something climbing there, spilling over. And where all the rest of the grounds had run to gray ruin, the walled garden was green, even from the top of the drive. Even at this distance, in the flat gray light of a raw spring afternoon, Eve could see that the growth within and atop those walls was green, a deep, saturated, impossible green, richer than anything else in that whole colorless country, a green that had no business existing at the raw cold beginning of a northern spring. It drew the eye, it held the eye, in all that gray and rust and dun. It was a one living color, and it looked less like a garden than like a single enormous held breath of green, waiting behind its walls. That'll be it, then, the driver said. They were the first words he had spoken since she had named the house, and they seemed to cost him something. He made no move to take the car down the drive. He had stopped at the very top of it, the engine running, and he waited with obvious and mounting impatience while Eve gathered her handbag and her coat. "Aren't you going to take me down?" she asked. It was a fair quarter-mile of rough drive down to the house, and she had her heavy case. "I'll not go down," he said. He said it flatly, finally, in the tone of a man stating a thing that is simply not open to discussion. Then, perhaps seeing her face, he softened a fraction. "Nothing personal, miss. We don't, from the village. Never have. I'll carry your case to the top of the drive and no further, and I'll be glad to, but I'll not go down to that house. Not for you nor anyone. Not for any money you'd care to name." "Why not?" Eve asked. He looked at her for a long moment in the gray light, and something moved behind his weathered, careful face that she thought, with a small cold shock, might be pity. "You're a thorn," he said at last, as though that were an answer, and to him, plainly, it was a complete one. "You'll find out. I'm sorry for it, but you will." He got out and lifted her case from the boot and carried it to the top of the drive and set it down on the verge. Then he got back into the car and turned in the road with quick practiced movements and drove away back the way they had come. And Eve stood alone at the top of the drive with her case at her feet and watched the car dwindle and vanish over the rise. And then the sound of its engine faded too, and she was alone. The silence, when it came, was enormous. She had never heard anything like it. In the city there was always sound, a floor of it, traffic and voices and machines, so constantly you stopped hearing it. And even on the train, even crossing the moor, there had been a noise of the engine and the rails. Now there was nothing, or not nothing. There was a wind moving over the open moor with a low, continuous sigh, and somewhere far off the thin cry of a bird, and that was all. And these small sounds only deepened the silence they moved through, the way a single light deepens a dark room. Eve stood in it, and it closed over her like water, and she understood that she was further from another human being than she had perhaps ever been in her life. She picked up her case and started down the drive. The house grew as she descended toward it, and grew stranger, its black stone resolving into great rough blocks laid without much mortar, its small windows giving back the gray sky blankly, telling her nothing of what lay behind them. The drive was rutted and grown with weeds down its center spine. As she came level with the house, she caught, for the first time, the smell, faint on the wind, sweet, unmistakable, wildly out of place in that raw gray landscape. The smell of roses, roses in bloom, heavy and sweet. Though it was early spring and nothing should have been blooming, and though the nearest roses were locked away behind 12 feet of blind brick 100 yards off, Eve stopped on the drive with her case in her hand and breathed it in, that impossible sweetness riding the cold wind, and every reasonable part of her insisted that she must be imagining it, and the deep unreasonable part of her that had known the lullaby knew that she was not. The house key had been left under a particular stone by the door, exactly where the solicitor's letter had promised she would find it, a great cold iron key, far too large for its modern lock, which meant, she supposed, that somewhere there was an older lock it had once fitted. The door itself was oak, black with centuries, studded with iron, set deep in the black stone. She fitted the key and turned it, and it turned more easily than such an old lock had any right to, well-oiled, recently used, and the door swung inward with a low groan into darkness and a breath of cold air that carried, unmistakably now, the scent of roses, from inside the house, from the cold, dark hall, where no roses were or could be. Eve stood on the threshold with her hand on the doorframe, and did not, for a moment, go in. The hall beyond was dim and low and flagged with worn stone, and it smelled of cold and dust and age, and under all that, sweetly, of roses, and it was empty and silent, and it was waiting. She felt that with complete certainty, standing on the threshold, that the house was waiting, had been waiting, and that her arrival was not a surprise to it. She felt herself considered, weighed, known. And then, this was the worst of it. This was the thing that lifted the hair on her arms. She felt herself welcomed, not threatened, not warned off, welcomed, with a deep and patient gladness, the way a house is glad when a member of the family comes home after a long time away. "Hello," she said absurdly to the empty hall. Her voice fell flat and small against the stone in the silence, and no echo came back. "I'm Eve. I've come about the house." As if the house did not know, as if it had not been expecting her for 30 years. Nothing answered her, in words. But far away, deep in the grounds behind the house, in the direction of the green walls, she thought she heard something shift and settle, a long, soft sound, like a sleeper turning over in bed, when at last someone comes quietly into the room, and then a stillness that was somehow more attentive than the stillness before. She told herself it was the wind. She would learn over the coming weeks, almost always a way to tell herself it was the wind, and the garden was in no hurry to take that comfort from her. It let her keep her explanations for as long as she needed them. That was part of its patience. That was part how it had always, in the end, won. She stepped over the threshold and set down her case, and the door swung shut behind her of its own weight with a soft, heavy boom that she felt in her chest. And she was inside. She spent that first gray afternoon exploring the house, and it was a small house and a strange one, and every room in it seemed lower and darker and colder than she expected, so that she went through it with a growing sense of the place folding inward around her. The furniture stood shrouded under white dust sheets, room after room of shapeless white forms like a congregation of ghosts frozen in the act of rising, and she did not have a heart, that first day, to uncover them. In the kitchen, at least, someone had left things ready for her. Agnes, she would later learn, though she did not yet know the name. A stock larder, dry goods, tinned things, a note in a rough hand saying only milk and bread, I'll bring Thursdays, and signed. It was the only warmth in the whole cold house, that ungracious practical little note, and Eve was absurdly grateful for it. Proof that at least one living person knew she was here and meant to bring her milk. It was in the front parlor, at the very end of the afternoon, with the light already failing, that she found the photographs. They covered one whole wall, framed in dark old frames, dozens of them, and Eve went along the row slowly in the dying light, studying the faces, and a strange feeling grew in her as she went. They were all women. Every single photograph, without exception, was of a woman. No men, no husbands, no brothers or fathers or sons. Only women, generation upon generation of them. The photographs aging backward as she moved along the wall, color giving way to black and white to brown of old sepia, sharp modern prints to stiff formal Victorian portraits to, at the very end, a daguerreotype so old and dim she could barely make out the grave female face within it. And they were unmistakably one family. The same eyes looked out of every frame, grave, level gray, across 150 years. The same strong jaw, the same still, watchful, waiting quality in every face, a quality Eve knew, a quality she had seen all her life in her own bathroom mirror, without ever once be able to say where it came from. Marguerite she found near the end of the modern photographs. She knew it must be Marguerite, an old woman now, unsmiling, with a face carved and hollowed by age, but with those same gray level eyes, Eve's own eyes, looking out framed directly into hers across the failing light. And beside Marguerite's photograph, at the very center of the wall, there was a gap, a space where a frame had hung and been taken down. The wallpaper, there was a shade darker than the faded paper around it, a clean rectangle of deeper color, marking exactly the size and shape of the missing picture, and the little hook still stood empty in the wall. Eve stood before that empty space for a long time, in the last of the light, and did not understand why her chest had gone so tight, why her eyes stung, why she felt, looking at a blank rectangle of darker wallpaper, that she was looking at the shape of something lost, at the outline of her own missing face, as though it were her own photograph that had hung there once and been taken down. She reached up and touched the empty hook. It was cold. Somewhere behind the house, out past the black windows where the dusk was gathering fast now, she thought she heard, very faint and very far, the first 3 notes of lullaby, and then nothing, only the wind, only the great settling silence of the house closing around her as the dark came down. She went to find a kitchen and light and something to eat, because it was easier than standing there in the dusk feeling the floor tilt beneath her toward a grief she had no name for and could not yet understand. Chapter 4. The Green Door. She did not go into the walled garden for 3 days, and she was proud of that restraint later, when pride was still a thing she could afford. She kept in those first days to Marguerite's written instructions, partly from a superstitious caution she was half ashamed of, and partly because the work gave shape to days that would otherwise have been formless and frightening in their emptiness. She tended to growing things outside the walls, as the letter had said, only those. She turned the beds in the kitchen garden, hacking back the nettle in the dock, turning the cold wet earth until her back ached and her hands blistered inside the gardening gloves she found hanging in the scullery. She pruned the leaning apple trees in the old orchard, cutting away the dead wood, letting light into the tangled crowns. It was hard, honest, physical work, the kind she had never done in her life of fine, careful indoor labor, and she was surprised to find how much she needed it, how the ache in her muscles and the cold, clean air and the sheer stubborn resistance of overgrown ground steadied her, gave her something to push against, kept her, through the daylight hours at least, from thinking too much about the green walls at her back, because she could feel them at her back. Always, wherever she worked in the grounds, whatever she turned her hands to, she was aware of the walled garden behind her, the way you are aware of a person standing just out of sight, watching. She did not look at it more than she could help, but she felt it, green and silent and waiting, and in the evenings when the light failed and the work was done, and she retreated into the house and locked the doors and drew the curtains against the dark, she felt it more, not less, as though the garden, too, preferred the dark, came more awake in it, drew nearer in it, for there were sounds after dark. She had stopped being able to pretend otherwise by the second night. They were not loud. That was almost the worst of it, that they were never loud, never definite, never anything she could point to and name and be sure of. They came only when the wind dropped, in the dead still hours, a low continuous murmur from the direction of the green walls, rising and falling, with a rhythm to it, a shape. Not words. Nothing so clear as words, not in those first days. But the murmur had almost a cadence of speech, of many low voices speaking together just too far off to make out. The way you hear adults talking in another room when you are a child who is meant to be asleep. You cannot make out the words, but you know it is talk, you know it is human, you know it is about something. And once or twice, when she pressed her ear despite herself to the cold glass of the darkened window, Eve thought the murmur had, almost, the shape of her own name, not spoken, just shaped in the rise and fall, the way a tune can hold the ghost of words you know. Eve, Eve, Eve. She would pull back from the glass with her heart going hard and tell herself it was the wind in the chimneys, the pipes, the old house settling, and she would go up to bed and lie awake listening to it until at last it faded toward dawn. On the third evening, standing at the kitchen sink, washing her single plate with the last gray light dying out over the moor beyond the window, she heard the lullaby. It came thin and clear across the darkening garden, threading in through the gap where she had left the small kitchen window open against the steam, the same tune from her London dream, the same tune she had woken with in her mouth in the morning she decided to come, the same tune. She was suddenly and coldly certain that she had been hearing the ghost and the murmur every night since she arrived. She knew it in her body, in her blood, from before memory, from beneath it, from some deep-sealed room in herself she had never once in her life been able to enter. Her hands went still in the warm dishwater. The plate slipped from her fingers and settled to the bottom of the basin, and she stood, not breathing, while the lullaby wound thin and sweet across the dark grounds and into the open window, and every hair on her body slowly rose. Her mother, the thought came from nowhere, complete, certain. My mother sang me that. But her mother had died when Eve was 4 years old, and Eve remembered nothing of her, nothing at all. Not her face, not her voice, not one single moment of the years they must have had together. The woman was a blank, an absence, a story about a car on a wet road. And yet here was the song, note for note. Drifting out of Forbidden Garden, the dead stranger had warned her never to enter after dark, And Eve knew it the way she knew how to breathe. And the only place she could learn it was from a mother she could not remember in the years she could not reach. She was at the back door before she knew she had crossed the kitchen. Her hand was on the great iron key in the lock. Some part of her, distant and appalled, watched her own body move toward the singing, without any decision having been made, drawn, simply drawn, the way iron is drawn, the way water runs downhill. She turned the key. She felt the cold air coming around the opening door, the evening air, sweet and green, and impossibly thick with the scent of roses in full bloom, in early spring in the cold, when nothing anywhere should have been blooming, and the lullabies swelled louder through the widening gap. It wound around her like a warm arm laid across her shoulders, like an embrace, like the embrace she had wanted her whole life and never had. And it would have been the easiest thing in all the world to step out through the door into the sweet dark and walk toward it, across the grounds, to the green door and through, and see at long last, who was singing. Do not answer if you're called. Marguerite's words rose in her, in that spidered, urgent, frightened hand, and Eve stood frozen in the open doorway with the cold coming in and the song pulling at her and the warning holding her, and for a long, trembling moment the two forces were exactly matched, and she did not know, she genuinely did not know, which would win. The singing was so sweet. It wanted her so gently. It was only asking her come home. Only that, come home. Come and be known. Come and never be alone again. And she was so tired of being alone. She had been alone her whole life. And here was something that had been waiting for her, that was glad she had come, that was singing to her the one song she knew from a time before all the loneliness began. No, Eve said aloud, and the word came out cracked and shaking, and it cost her more than any word she had ever spoken. She stepped back. She dragged the door shut against the sweet dark and the singing, and she turned the great iron key, and she leaned her forehead against the coal black oak and stood there shaking, both hands flat against the wood, breathing hard, while on the other side of the door the lullaby went on, sweet and patient and undiscouraged, wrapping the shut house in its slow, warm coils. I'm not going out there, she said, to the door, to the dark, to whatever was listening. And she knew now that something was listening. That was the thing she could no longer pretend, that on the far side of that door and those walls there was something that heard her and knew her and wanted her. Do you hear me? I'm not coming out. Not tonight. Not ever, if I have any sense. And the singing stopped, all at once mid-phrase, the way a person stops singing when someone speaks to them directly, not fading, not trailing off, but simply ceasing, cut clean, leaving a silence that rang. And into that ringing silence, clear, unmistakable, carried on the last cold breath of air through the gap beneath the door, in a voice as soft as falling petals and sweeter than anything Eve had ever heard, came a single word. Her name, not Eve, not the plain, safe name her mother had given her to hide her, the name on her birth certificate, the name she had answered to for 34 years, her other name, her true name, the old name, the real one, the one she had never in her life been told and had never known she had. And yet the instant she heard it, she knew it was hers, knew it with a shock of recognition that went through her like cold water, knew it was a name that belonged to the sealed room inside her where the lullaby lived, the name she had been missing her whole life without ever knowing it was missing. The garden spoke at once, softly, lovingly, through the gap beneath the door, and then it was silent. Eve stood with her back against the door, and her hand pressed hard over her own mouth, and did not move for a long time. The garden knew her true name. It had always known it. It had been waiting all this time behind its walls, holding her real name warm in the dark, ready to give it back to her. The one thing she wanted more than anything in her whole orphan life, to know who she truly was, and all she had to do to have it, to have all of it, was to open the door and walk out into the dark and go home. She understood, standing there, that this was the shape of the danger. It was not a monster behind the walls, a monster she could have run from. It was the answer to the question she had carried unspoken her entire life, and it was patient, and it loved her, or something it did, or something that wore love the way a hand wears a glove, and was willing to wait, petal by petal, night by night, name by name, for as long as it took her to stop being able to bear not knowing and come at last of her own free will to ask. Behind the walls, in the green dark, the garden settled back to wait again. Patient above all things. It had all the time there was, and it was content for tonight that she had heard her name and known it, and not been able to pretend she hadn't. That was enough for a beginning. That was a seed, and the garden of all things knew how to wait for a seed. Chapter 5. The Shrouded Rooms. In the days after the night of the lullaby, Eve did a thing she recognized, even as she did it, as a kind of flight. She threw herself into the house. If she could not yet face the garden, she could at least face the rooms, and there was work enough in them to fill a month. The house had been shut up and shrouded for the weeks between Marguerite's death and Eve's coming, and before that, she suspected, it had been only half lived in for years, an old woman keeping to her kitchen, and her bedroom and her upstairs study, and letting the rest fall under dust sheets in silence. Eve went through it room by room, in the lengthening spring daylight, and pulled the white sheets from the furniture one by one, and let the light into places that had stood dark for a long time. It was work, and work steadied her, and it was also, though she did not admit this to herself for some days, a way of coming to know the women she had descended from, for the house was full of them, of their choices and their leavings and the long, slow sediment of their lives. She uncovered a drawing room that no one had sat in for a generation, its furniture good and old and swathed in holland covers, a piano in the corner with keys gone yellow as old teeth. When she lifted its lid and pressed a note, the sound fell flat and sour into the room, hopelessly out of tune, yet something in a single dead note made her throat tighten, and she shut the lid again quickly and did not open it after. She uncovered a dining room with a table that would have seated 12 and had, she was certain, not seated 12 in 100 years. The Thorne women did not entertain. She uncovered bedroom after bedroom, most of them stripped and bare, a few still furnished, each with its narrow bed, its washstand, its small window looking out, always, from every room on that side of the house, toward the green walls. And in the uncovering she found the traces of them. A work basket in a window seat, the darning still in it, a needle still threaded, as though its owner had sat down a moment ago and would be back, except that the thread had gone brittle with age and snapped at a touch. A child sampler framed on a wall, the alphabet worked in faded silk, and beneath a name and a date, a girl of 9, 200 years dead. A shelf of novels in a back bedroom, their spines cracked and soft with reading, and inside the covers, one after another, in hand after hand, the same surname written, and the given names changing down the years. The books passed from mother to daughter, read and reread by gray-eyed women in this cold house through 400 winters. Eve sat on the floor of that back bedroom for a long while with one of the old novels open in her lap, not reading it, only holding it, looking at the column of names inside the cover, her family, her women, and feeling the strangest thing steal over her. Not the fear she had felt at the garden, but its opposite, a kind of belonging, a kind of grief that was almost homecoming, to sit in the cold spring light among the leavings of her own blood and know, for the first time in her life, that she had come from somewhere, from someone, from a long unbroken line of women who had sat in these same rooms and read these same books and looked out these same windows at the same green walls, and been afraid and endured and passed the house and the fear and the books down to the next and been lost, one by one, into the roses. It was in the study, though, Marguerite's study, the upstairs room under the roof, that she found the work that would carry her through the spring, and it found her, in a way, rather than the other way about. She had gone up to return the green journal to its place, and had lingered, as she always lingered there, drawn to the one room in the house that felt less like a shrine to dread than like a mind still working, and her eye had fallen on a low shelf she had not properly examined, and on a row of books so decayed that her restorer's hands had reached for them before her conscious mind had decided anything. They were the oldest things in the house. Estate books, some of them in commonplace books, and one that proved to be a kind of garden diary kept by some Thorne woman of the 18th century. And they were dying, all of them, their leather perished to red dust, their sewing broken, their pages foxed and cockled, and in places crumbling at the edge. No library would have taken them in such a state. No collector would have paid a penny for them. But Eve looked at them with the eye of her trade and saw, beneath the ruin, that they could be saved, that the paper was still sound to core, that the text was still there, that with patience and the right tools a person who knew how could bring them back from the edge of being lost. She had brought her tools north with her. She had not known why at the time, had told herself she was only storing them, that it would be a year before she used them again. But she had brought them, the fine knives and the bone folders and the brushes and the wheat starch paste, and now she unpacked them on Marguerite's desk and set to work, and it was the first hour since she had come to Blackthorn House that she felt entirely herself. This was hers. This she knew. The house and the garden and the voices belonged to a world she did not understand and could not master, a world of dread and inheritance and things that should not be, but a broken book, a perished spine, a page that wanted lifting and cleaning and mending. That was a thing she understood in her hands and her bones, and she bent over in the lamplight, and the whole rest it fell away, the fear and the grief in the garden, and there was only the work, the good, clean, patient work of taking, something that had come apart, and making it whole. She thought, bent over first of the dying books, of Marguerite's words in the journal, that Eve mended broken things, that she took what had been ruined and made it sound again, and that this was the very thing she had been born to and did not know it. She had read it as a fond old woman's fancy. Now, with the perished leather under her hands, she was not so sure. There was a fitness in it that unsettled her. All her life she had chosen, without ever asking herself why, the work of restoration, of rescue, of unlosing, of bringing back what was almost gone. She had thought it only a temperament, a quirk, the natural bent of a solitary, careful person. But sitting in that cold study, mending her dead family's dying books, she wondered for the first time whether it had been something more, whether the bent had been in her from the beginning, bred in the bone, the same instinct that would, in the end, send her through the green door not to be saved but to save, whether she had been, all her quiet London life, without knowing it, in training for this. The thought should have frightened her. Instead, it steadied her, oddly, the way the work steadied her. If she had been made for something, then perhaps she was equal to it. She bent back to the book and worked on into the dark and did not hear, or told herself she did not hear, the first faint stirring of the voices beyond the walls, waking with the spring. She worked at the old books through all that spring, an hour here and an hour there, whenever the fear pressed too close or the silence grew too loud, and slowly they came back to life under her hands, and slowly, she did not notice it happening. The work became a kind of conversation with the dead, for as she mended the garden diary of the 18th century Thorne woman, she read it, and as she read it, she came to know its writer, a woman called Honoria who had kept a walled garden 250 years before, and who had written of it at first, with pride and pleasure, the ordinary contentment of a woman who loves her flowers, and then, as the diary went on, with a slowly gathering unease, and then with fear, and then, in the last entries, the hand grown ragged, with a terror Eve recognized, because it was her own. Honoria had heard the voices too. Honoria had been called by name, and the diary ended. Eve mended the last gather with particular care, her hands not quite steady, mid-season, mid-sentence, in high summer, with a note about the roses coming into their fullest bloom and how sweetly, how very sweetly, they sang at night, and then nothing, and then in a different and later hand, a single line added at the foot of the last page. Honoria Thorne, lost of the garden, the summer of her 39th year. God rest her, if the garden will let him. Chapter 6. The Small Hours of the House. It is the small things that make a house yours, or fail to, the daily accommodations, the routines worn smooth by repetition, the slow negotiation between a person and the place she lives. And Eve, in those first months, learned Blackthorn House through its small things, and the learning was not always frightening. Sometimes it was only domestic, only the ordinary difficult intimacy of an old house and the woman trying to live in it. And those ordinary hours were, she came to feel, what kept her sane through the extraordinary ones. The range was the heart of it, as it is the heart of every such house, a great black iron thing that dominated the kitchen and demanded, like a temperamental animal, to be understood before it would give anything back. Eve, who had cooked all her life on the indifferent gas ring of a London flat, spent a humbling week learning its moods, how it wanted its ashes raked and its flue set just so, how it sulked if the wind sat in the wrong quarter, how it took an hour of coaxing on a cold morning before it would do more than smoke, and how, once it was going, once she had learned it, it would hold a house-warming heat through the coldest night, and bake a loaf, and heat her water, and become, in time, the one, reliably kind thing in the place. She learned to bank it at night, and wake in the morning. She learned to dry her boots against its warm flank, and to sit close to it in the evenings with her book, in the one pool of real heat in the whole cold house, and she developed for it something close to affection, the affection you cannot help feeling for a difficult thing you have finally learned to please. There was no electricity that could be relied on, a temperamental supply that failed with every storm and often between, and so she learned the house by lamplight and candlelight, learned to carry a candle up the dark stair, and to read the flame for draughts, which told her, over time, the secret geography of the house's airs, the cold breath that came always from under the door of a certain unused bedroom, the place on the landing where the candle streamed sideways, though there was no window. Near, the still, dead, draughtless air of Marguerite's study, where the flame stood straight up as if underground. She learned which stairs announced her and which kept her secret. The fourth stair from the bottom with its particular groan, the third from the top that gave a crack like a shot in the cold, and she came and moved through the dark house without a light at all in time, feeling her way by the map her feet had learned, the way the running woman had moved through it in the dark 30 years before, the way, she supposed, every Thorne woman had eventually learned to move through the only house she ever really knew. Water came from a spring, gravity fed to a single tap in the scullery that ran when it chose, and dried to a trickle in high summer, and froze in the pipes in the deep of winter, until she learned to leave it running in the worst frosts. The peaty water stained everything faintly brown and tasted, faintly, of the moor. She heated it in a great blackened kettle on the range, and bathed in a tin bath before the fire, an operation of such labor, the heating, the carrying, the filling, the emptying, that she can't understand why the old record spoke of the Thorne women as unwashed and strange. Cleanliness in such a house was a half-day's work, and she rationed it, and learned to value hot water the way you value a thing that costs you real effort to obtain. She learned to keep a larder in a cold house without a refrigerator, the old skills, the meat safe in the cool slate shelf, and the eggs kept in a crock, and she found a queer satisfaction in it, in the reduction of her life to these old fundamental terms, food and warmth and light and water, each of them earned, each of them small and real and hers. And there were the animals, for a house is never as empty as it seems, and Blackthorn House had its lodgers. There were swallows in the byre that summer, a pair of them, come back to the same mud nest they used every year, Agnes said, dipping and screaming about the yard at dusk, and Eve came to look at them in the evenings and to feel absurdly bereft when, at summer's end, they gathered on the byre roof one gray morning and were simply gone south to the world Eve had come from. There was a robin that took to following her about the garden as she dug, cocking its head at the turned earth, growing bold enough by June to take a worm from a yard off. There were bats that came out of the roof at dusk and stitched the blue air over the grounds. There was for a while a half-wild cat, gray and battered and disdainful, that appeared at the scullery door in the evenings and accepted milk with the air of one conferring a favor, and that Eve, starved for any company, courted with a patience she had never spent on any human being, until it consented at last to sit by her fire in evening, not near her, never near, but there, a second breathing thing in the room, and she was more grateful for that scrap of animal company than she could have explained to anyone. It vanished, as the cats of that country did, with the first hard weather, and she missed it more than made sense, and left milk out for it long after she knew it would not come, on the cold scullery step, in the failing light, listening to the silence where the voices would soon begin. Chapter 7. The Woman from the Village. In the morning, in the plain gray light of an ordinary day, Eve told herself she had imagined the whole of it. This was easier to believe by daylight than she would have thought possible. The kitchen was only a kitchen in the morning, cold and dim and smelling of old stone and yesterday's ashes, and the window over the sink showed only the gray grounds and the gray moor beyond, and off to the side, the top of the green walls, just brick, just a garden she had not yet tended. She made her tea and stood at the window drinking it, and reasoned with herself the way she had reasoned with frightened children long ago, in the homes, when she was old enough to comfort the younger ones. She was tired. She was grieving, and it was its own strange, exhausting kind of grief, to mourn a woman she had never met, to feel the loss of a great aunt she had not known she had until the woman was already a month in the ground. She was alone in a strange old house on the edge of a strange old moor, further from another living soul than she had ever been in her life, and a mind alone in such a place will make company for itself out of the wind, will fill a silence the way water fills a hole. Of course she had heard things. Of course, on the third night, tired and grieving and afraid, she had half heard a tune she thought she knew and let her imagination do the rest. She had very nearly talked herself into it, into the wind, the pipes, the tired, grieving fancy, when someone knocked at the door, and she jumped so violently that the tea slopped scalding over her hand, because in 4 days at Blackthorn House not one living soul had come within a mile of the place. The knock came again, firm, impatient, entirely of this world. Eve set down her cup and went to the cold hall and opened the great black door, and there on the steps stood a woman of perhaps 60, broad and weathered and solid as a fence post, in a heavy wool coat and a headscarf knotted under her chin, with a covered basket over one arm. She had a hard, seamed, wind-reddened face and pale, shrewd eyes, and those eyes went over Eve from head to foot in one swift searching pass, and whatever they found made the woman's ruddy face go, very slightly, pale. "You'll be the niece," the woman said. It was not a question. The one she left it all to. "Great niece, I think, if anything," Eve said, "or something further off. I never actually knew her. I'm Eve Ashcroft. I know who you are." The woman did not offer her own name, not yet, and she did not wait to be asked in. She stepped past Eve into the hall with the flat assurance of someone who had crossed that threshold 1,000 times, and she went ahead of Eve into the kitchen and set her basket on the scrub table and began, briskly, to unpack it. Bread, wrapped in a cloth, the loaf still faintly warm, a half-dozen eggs in a paper bag, a twist of tea, a screw of sugar, a slab of yellow butter, a jar of something dark and homemade. "I'm Agnes," she said, with her back to Eve, unpacking. "Agnes Rennick. I did for Marguerite these last 15 years. Cleaned for her, fetched her shopping up from the village, kept her in bread and eggs. I'll do the same for you, if you'll have me, for I don't like to think of anyone up here with no one. Milk and bread on Thursdays. That note was mine." "Thank you," Eve said, and meant it. "I found it. It was the only friendly thing in the whole house. That note. I was grateful for it." Something in that seemed to touch the old woman, or to trouble her. She turned from the table at last, and looked at Eve properly, in the gray light from the window, and again those pale eyes did their swift searching pass, lingering this time on Eve's face, her eyes, as though checking them against some remembered measure. And whatever she saw made her mouth tighten. She moved, then, quite deliberately, so that her back was to the window and the green walls beyond it, put herself as far from that window as the small room allowed, Eve noticed, and keeping her face turned from it. "Someone ought to have warned you," Agnes said, "before ever you came up here. I said as much to that solicitor, the one who wrote to you. I telephoned him. I said, 'You cannot send a young woman up to that house knowing nothing. It isn't right. It isn't safe.' But he's a town man. He looked at me. I could hear him looking at me, down the telephone, the way town men look at country women who talk about things they can't see. He doesn't understand. They never do, until it's them." "Warn me about what?" Eve asked, and was annoyed to hear the small tremor that had come into her own voice. Agnes's eyes flicked, just once, helplessly, toward the window and the green walls beyond it, and then came firmly, deliberately back to Eve's face. "You've heard it," she said low. "Haven't you? Don't trouble to deny it, girl. I can see it on you plain as paint. For days you've been up here, for days, and you've heard it already." She shook her head slowly, and something like awe or dread moved in her seamed face. It took Marguerite's own mother the best part of a year to hear it. They used to say, a year of living up here before the garden so much as whispered to her. But then some are born nearer to it than others. Some come into the world with one foot already through that green door. And you, she stopped. She pressed her lips together into a hard, pale line. You're one of the near ones. God help you, girl. You're one of the nearest I've ever seen, and I've seen a few go up to that house. Eve should have laughed. She wanted to make the sensible, dismissive, town-dweller sound that would put this superstitious old countrywoman gently back in her place and restore the world to its ordinary daylit proportions, a world of wind and pipes and tired fancy, where gardens did not whisper and the dead stayed dead. She opened her mouth to do it, but a lullaby was still in her, down beneath everything, thin and sweet and patient, and her true name was still ringing in the seal room inside her, where she had heard it spoken to the gap beneath the door, and the laugh would not come. "It's the wind," she said instead, weakly, hating how weak it sounded. "In the chimneys, or the pipes. It's an old house, and I'm not used to—" It's the wind," Agnes agreed, so readily, so promptly, that Eve blinked and lost the thread of her own protest. The old woman came a step closer, and her hard face was not unkind now, only urgent, only grave. "You keep telling yourself that, love. It's the wind, and it's the pipes, and it's birds and the eaves, and it's the old house settling, and it's your own tired, grieving fancy playing tricks in the dark. You keep every one of those. Do you hear me? You hold them tight, and you use them every night, one after another, for as long as they'll serve. Because I'll tell you the truth of it, girl, the one truth that matters up here. The day you run out of your explanations is the day it has you. Marguerite told me that, near enough word for word, and she had it from her mother, and her mother from hers, back and back. The explanations are what keep you alive, not because they're true, because they're a wall, and you want to keep that wall standing just as long as ever you can. You talk as if it's alive," Eve said, "the garden, as if it wants something." "I don't know what it is," Agnes said flatly. "I'm not a clever woman, and I don't pretend to understand it, and I'll not stand in a Thorne kitchen and give it names it might hear itself called. But I know what it does. I've watched it my whole life from the safe side of the wall. I watched it take Marguerite's mother when I was a girl. I watched it work on Marguerite herself for 60 years, and she the strongest woman I ever knew, and it never once stopped trying, not in 60 years. So I'll tell you what it does, and you can decide for yourself what wants a thing that badly for that long." She counted it off on her blunt red fingers, plainly, like a recipe, like instructions for a task. It calls you by your name, and not the name you came with, by a name you don't know you have, a name that'll sound righter to you than your own, and that's the first hook, that name, so when it calls you by it, you sing. Anything. A hymn, a bawdy song off the wireless. Doesn't matter a jot what, so long as it's yours and it's louder than the roses. You drown it out. Marguerite did that every night of her life, and it kept her to 80. It might keep you, if you've the sense to do it and the strength to keep doing it. And if I don't, Eve asked very quietly. Agnes looked at her for a long moment. "Then you go out to it," she said. "One night, when your walls have all come down and there's nothing left to tell yourself, and it calls you by that name in a voice you love. You go out and you open the green door and you go in, and you don't come back. Oh, they hunt for you. The first few times it happened, they hunted. The whole village out on the moor with dogs and lanterns. They never find anything. There's never anything to find. Just a garden, green as ever, and one more rose in it than there was a day before." She picked up her empty basket and held it against her like a shield. Tend your vegetables. Keep to the orchard and the beds, outside the walls. Like she told you. She did tell you? In the letter? Good. Then mind it. Stay out of the walled garden. And stay out of it after dark most of all, and never, never answer to that name. Sing over it. And you come down to the village if it gets bad. You come to me, day or night. My door's the blue one past the church. I couldn't save Marguerite. Maybe I can do a bit better by you. She went out into hall, and Eve followed her, and at the great black door Agnes paused, and for the first time her hard-seamed face softened into something that was almost grief, almost tenderness. She was fond of you, you know, she said. Marguerite, in her way, which was a hard, dry way, but real for all that. She never met you. Leastways not that I ever knew of, not in all the years I did for her. And yet she spoke of you as if you were her own. When my girl comes, she'd say, not if, when my girl finally comes home, Agnes. And I never knew what she meant by it, for she'd no daughter, no child at all. She was the last Thorne, and everyone knew it. I thought it was the age talking. I thought her mind was wandering off down the years, the way the old do wander, back to some child from long ago. Agnes looked at Eve, at her gray eyes, her Thorne eyes, and something moved behind her own. I don't think she was wandering now. Standing here looking at your face, I don't think she was wandering at all. I think she knew exactly what she meant, and I think it was you. And then she was gone, out into the gray morning, walking quick and sure up the long drive toward the moor road and the village beyond, not once looking back at the house or the green walls behind it. And Eve stood in the open doorway with the cold coming in and watched her dwindle and thought about that phrase, turning it over and over, when my girl comes home. Home, as if this were home. As if Eve, who had never had a home in her life, who had been carried out of somewhere in the dark before memory began, and had been no one from nowhere ever since, as if she were only now, at 34, coming back to a place she had left. The floor of her seemed to tilt again, the way it had before the empty frame, the way it had it I loved you before I ever found you. Somewhere far off behind the house, faint on the still morning air, 3 notes of a lullaby rose and stopped. Eve shut the door on them, and turned the key, and went to find work to do with her hands. Chapter 8. Marguerite's Room. Agnes's visit did what all Eve's careful daylight reasoning had failed to do. It did not reassure her. Quite the opposite. But it frightened her into a state that was, she would realize later, exactly what the old woman had not intended. It made her curious. For if there was something truly wrong with this house, wrong in a way an entire village believed and had believed for generations, wrong enough that grown men would not drive down the drive, wrong enough that a hard, practical woman like Agnes arranged her own body in a room to keep her back to it, then Marguerite had lived inside that wrongness the whole of her long life, 80 years, and had not been taken by it, had died at last in her bed of a failing heart, like any ordinary old woman. Marguerite had survived the thing. And Marguerite, by every account, had not merely survived it stupidly, by luck. She had studied it. Old women kept things. Eve had restored enough of their diaries and their letter books and their pressed flower albums and their marginal noted Bibles to know how the long, solitary lives of clever women silted up with paper, with records, with the patient accumulated evidence of a mind turning something over for decades. If Marguerite had spent 60 years living beside this thing and thinking about it, then somewhere in this house there would be a record of what she had learned. And Eve, who mended broken books for her living, who spent her days coaxing sense back out of damaged and hidden and half-destroyed pages, knew how to find such a thing and how to read it. She found the room that same afternoon at the top of the house, tucked under the sagging spine of the roof where the ceilings came down at an angle and the single small window looked out. Of course it did, directly down over the green walls of the garden. It was Marguerite's room, unmistakably. It still held the shape of her, the dent of her in the narrow bed, the reading spectacles folded on the nightstand, the cardigan over the chair back. But it was not. Eve saw at once. the room of a frightened woman, a woman cowering out her days in dread. It was the room of a scholar. It was the room of a soldier who has made a long study of her enemy. One whole wall, floor to sloping ceiling, was given over to books and papers, and they were all, every one, about a single subject: the house, the family, the garden. There were bound parish registers, and where Marguerite could not obtain the originals, she had copied them out by hand. Whole years of baptisms and burials in her spidered copperplate. There were genealogies, not the tidy branching trees of ordinary family history, but great complex charts drawn out like the maps of battles, with dates and marginal notes, and here and there a name ringed heavily in ink and marked with a small symbol Eve did not at first understand, until she found the key to it penciled at the foot of one chart: a rose. A tiny drawn rose, beside a woman's name and a date, again and again down the generations. Lost to the garden. That was what the little roses meant. Eve counted them, sitting on the floor with the chart spread around her in the failing light, and stopped counting when she had passed 40 and felt cold. 40 women at least, over 4 centuries, each marked with a little inked rose. And every one of them, she saw now, checking the charts against the dates on the photographs downstairs, matched 40-some roses on the charts, 40-some grave, gray-eyed women on the parlor wall, and behind the green walls, if the old records could be believed, 40-some roses that bloomed when nothing else did, and on the desk beneath the window, laid out square in the center of the blotter, as though it had been set there deliberately, arranged, left ready for whoever should come to this room and think to read it, was a journal. It was bound in cracked green leather, worn pale at the corners, thick with years of use, and a faded silk ribbon marked a place near the end. Eve looked at it for a long moment before she touched it. It had the quality, sitting there in the exact center of the desk in the failing light, of a thing left out on purpose, a letter that expected a reader. She thought of Marguerite writing, "There is so much I meant to tell you to your face," and she understood, with a small chill, that this was the rest of it, the long stories a short letter had not had room for. Marguerite had known someone would come, had known it would be Eve, and had left the whole of her life's knowledge here, in the center of the desk, under the window that looked down on the green walls, for her girl to find when at last she came home. Eve sat down in the dead woman's chair, and drew the journal to her, and opened it to the ribbon, and Marguerite's voice rose off the page as clear and dry and immediate as if the old woman were sitting across the desk and speaking. "I have found her at last," the marked entry began. "After 30 years of looking, 30 years of inquiry agents and record offices and letters in the dark, 30 years of following cold trails to their cold ends, and I had all but given her up, all but let myself believe she had died south of here, as a child the way the story said her mother did. And then, this spring, a letter from the last agent, the young one, the thorough one, and there she is, alive, grown, a woman of 34 in London, a restorer of books, of all the trade she might have come to. She mends broken things, my girl. She takes what has come apart and coaxes it into ruin, and she puts it patiently back together and makes it whole and sound again, and she does not even know, cannot know, that this is the very thing she was born to, the thing that is in her blood. There is a terrible fitness in it, or a terrible cruelty. I have not decided which." Eve's hands were not quite steady on the brittle page. She read on into the failing light, and did not get up to put on the lamp, though the room was going dark around her. "Her name is Eve. Now," the entry went on, "a plain, safe, sensible name, with no music in it. Her mother chose well. They gave her a plain, safe name and a plain, safe life in a plain, safe city, far from here, far from all of it, exactly as her mother died to arrange. And Lord forgive me, now I am about to reach out north and take both away. The plain life, the safety her mother bought with everything she had. I am going to undo it. I tell myself there is no other way, and I have turned it every way there is, these last weeks, lying awake, and I cannot find another. If I leave her be in her safe London life, then when I die, and I will die soon, my heart tells me so, it stumbles and catches in my chest like a stone in a shoe. When I die, The estate is lost and the garden with it, and it passes to strangers who will not know to guard it, who will sell it, who will let the walls fall, and then it simply begins again. 100 years from now, 200, some poor child with gray eyes and no idea what she carries wanders back into it, or it reaches out and draws her, and all begins again, world without end. Only I can stop that. Only she can stop that. And so I must take away everything her mother gave her, and I must do it, God forgive me, from beyond my own grave, with a letter and a house and a set of rules, because I will not live to do it kindly in person with my arms around her. There was a break there, a space, and then a later entry, a different day, the ink darker, the hand more hurried, more pressed. I have written her letter today. The letter she is to have with the will. It took me all day and most of the night, and I have wept over it like a girl. I have told her almost nothing in it. Only the rules, only the warnings, only that I looked for her and that I loved her. I have not told her what she is. I have not told her about her mother, about the bargain, about what I hope. I dare not, for this is the thing I learned above all other things in 60 years beside that garden, and I set it down here so that whoever reads this after me will understand why I was so cruel and so sparing. The truth is the sweetest bait the garden has. The garden does not lie. Mark that. Underline it. The garden does not lie, ever, about anything. Everything it will tell you is true. Your name, your mother, your history. The whole aching answer to the question of who you are. And every word of it is a strand. And it braids the true strands into a rope. And the rope is a noose. And it is around your neck before you know it is even being made. If I tell Eve the whole truth too soon, before she is strong enough to bear the weight of it, she will not run from it. She will run toward it. She will walk straight out to the green door to embrace the truth, and the garden will open to her like an arm. I know this because I want to do exactly that every day of 80 years, and I am the strongest of us, and only fear and habit and Agnes's foolish hymns have kept me on this side of the wall. No, she must come to it slowly. She must earn the truth a piece at a time, and grow strong enough to hold each piece, and only at the very end, if she lives, learn the whole. It is the cruelest thing, to dole out a person's own self to her in fragments, and make her suffer for each one. But it is the only way I can see that does not simply hand her to it. Forgive me, Eve, whoever you have become by the time you read this. Forgive me. I did love you. That was never the lie. Eve closed the journal. The room had gone fully dark around her while she read, and she sat in the dark in the dead woman's chair with the green leather cold under her hands and her heart going hard and slow, and she did not get up, and she did not weep, not yet. She only sat and let it settle into her, the enormous, unbelievable shape of what she had read. Her mother, the bargain, what she is. She had come north believing herself an orphan of no people and no past, a woman assembled out of nothing by her own hands. And in the space of a single darkening afternoon, this dead great-aunt had reached up out of the ground and given her a mother who had run and died running. A great-aunt who had searched for 30 years and hoped some terrible hope she dared not name, and a thing behind a wall that had wanted her, specifically her, since before she was born, that knew her true name, that was even now singing to her in the dark with a voice she was beginning to be afraid she recognized. She did not believe it. That was the strange thing, the thing she would remember later. Even then, even with the journal cold in her hands and her name still ringing in the sealed room of her and the smell of impossible roses seeping to the dark house, she did not believe it. Not the way she believed in gravity, in daylight, in the solid, ordinary world. It was too much. It was madness. It belonged to the folklore in Marguerite's charts, to the frightened faces in the village, to the long, strange, lonely delusion of a family of clever, isolated women brooding for centuries over a garden that was only, after all, a garden. She did not believe it, but she no longer quite disbelieved it either, and she understood at last exactly what Agnes had meant about running out explanations, because she could feel her own supply of them growing thin in her hands, spending faster than she could make more, and she did not know what she would do when the last one was gone. Chapter 9. A single rose. For a week after that afternoon in Marguerite's room, Eve was careful, and the garden, as if it could feel her new wariness and had the patience to respect it, was quiet. She worked the vegetable beds in the bright, cold mornings, and the physical labor steadied her as it had before. In the long, light evenings, the days were lengthening now, spring drawing on toward its close. She read Marguerite's books, working through them methodically, the way she would work through Providence a manuscript, building a picture piece by piece of the things she had inherited. And a picture did build over that quiet week, and it was a strange, inconsistent, and troubling one. The Thorne women went back for centuries in that place, unbroken, and there was a pattern to them that not one generation had escaped. There was never a husband who stayed. That was the first thing. The men married in. There were marriages recorded in the parish registers Marguerite had copied, but the husbands died young or left, or simply vanished from the record a year or two after the wedding, as though the house used them and let them go. It was the women who remained, always the women, and always alone at the last, and always, this was a pattern beneath the pattern, with a single daughter, never sons who lived, never several children. One daughter, generation after generation, gray-eyed, raised in that house beside that garden. And then, when her own time came, the daughter would produce a single daughter in her turn, and the mother would, sooner or later at 40 or 50, or in one or two long-lived cases at past 60, simply be gone, lost to the garden, marked with a little inked rose. And the daughter would inherit and tend the garden and bear a daughter, and be lost in her turn, world without end, back and back in the dark of the 16th century, where the records failed. The parish had called them witches. In the early years, Eve found the accusations copied out, the depositions, the mutterings of long-dead neighbors, that the Thorne women consorted with something in that garden, that they never aged as they should, that they sang to the roses and the roses answered. Later, as the centuries turned and the world grew reasonable, the parish had called them mad instead. A tainted family, a hereditary melancholy, the women of Blackthorn House who went strange and wandered off onto the moor and were never found. And Agnes's people, the practical village folk who had to live beside the thing, had given up trying to name it all, and simply called the Thorne women the near ones and kept away, and did not drive down the drive. And every account, in every century, in the depositions and the diaries and the frightened marginal notes, agreed upon the roses that bloomed when nothing else would bloom, in frost, in the dead of the northern winter, the roses that no drought withered and no blight touched and no hard year killed, the roses that were always, the old record set this down again and again, in hand after hand, as the one fixed dreadful fact of place, exactly as many as there had been Thorne women lost to the garden, no more, no fewer, one rose for each lost woman, and each rose, the record swore, the precise shade of the eyes of the woman it had grown from, so that the oldest of them, the roses of 16th century women, were a gray so deep and dark as to be almost black, and the newer ones paler, and all of them, every one, some shade of thorn gray. Eve told herself, reading this, that it was folklore. That was the word she held on to. That week, the way Agnes had told her to hold on to wind. Folklore. It was the ordinary machinery by which a frightened, ignorant, isolated village had for centuries explained away a family of unmarried, self-sufficient, clever, uncanny women who kept themselves and outlived their neighbors and did not need the world. Of course, such a family would attract stories. Of course, the stories would feature the one strange, beautiful, impossible thing about the place. The garden that stayed green, the roses that would not die. That was how folklore worked. It found the strangeness, and it built myth around it. A myth with rules and a body count and a dreadful tidy logic. One rose for each lost woman. And none of it was true. None of it could be true. It was only the shape fear takes when it has 400 years to work in. She told herself this, and held on to it. Right up until the gray morning, she found the rose on her windowsill. She woke early, before full light cold, and lay a moment in the narrow bed getting her bearings in the dim room. Not Marguerite's room. She had not been able to bring herself to sleep there, but a smaller bedroom along the passage, And something was wrong. Something was different, and it took her a moment to place it, and then she did. The smell. The room was full of the smell of roses, not the faint, far-seeping sweetness that hung about the whole house. A near, immediate, heavy scent. The scent of a rose close by, freshly cut. Eve turned her head on the pillow, and there on the sill of her bedroom window, laid neatly along it with what looked horribly like care, was a single cut rose. She did not move for a long moment. She lay and looked at it in the gray dawn light, and made herself take in, one by one, the things that could not be. It was inside. The rose was inside the house, inside her locked bedroom, on the inner sill of a window she had shut and latched herself the night before. She got up slowly, the cold striking through her bare feet from the boards, and crossed to the window, and checked, though she knew already what she would find. The latch was fast. The window was shut, locked, exactly as she had left it. Beyond the glass the grounds lay gray and still under the paling sky, and the green walls stood beyond them, and there was no mark in the dew of the sill outside, no smear, no sign of any opening. And yet here on the inside, on the inner lip of the sill, lay the rose, fresh and heavy and beaded with its own dew, its stem cleanly cut, as though a careful hand had snipped it not an hour ago, and carried it in and laid it down for her to find on waking. And its color. Eve bent over in the growing light, and made herself look, and the cold that went through her had nothing to do with her bare feet on the boards. The petals were gray, a deep, living, luminous gray, gray shot through with the faintest smoke of violet at the folded heart of it. The exact gray, she knew without any need of a mirror, of her own eyes. The exact gray of Marguerite's eyes in the photograph on the parlor wall. The exact gray the old frightened records swore each rose would be. The color of the eyes of the woman it had grown from. Eve stood over the impossible rose in her locked room in the gray dawn, and understood that she was looking at a thing that had no place in the reasonable world she had spent her life inside, and that no explanation she possessed, not the wind, not the pipes, not tired grieving fancy, not folklore, could stretch to cover it. The wall of her explanations that Agnes had told her to hold came down all at once, and she felt the cold come off the dark water beneath. There was more. Beneath the rose, on the gray filmed surface of the painted sill, someone had written a word, not with pen. There was no pen, no ink, no pencil. It had been drawn with a fingertip to the fine bloom of dew the rose had left on the paint, one clean, unhurried stroke at a time, in a fine, old-fashioned spider hand, a hand he had seen only once before in her life, at the foot of a letter and in the pages of a green leather journal. Marguerite's hand, and the word had traced in the dew. The single word lay beneath the gray rose like a caption, like a gift, like a summons, was a name. It was not Eve. It was the other name, the true name, the one the garden had breathed to her through the gap beneath the door on her third night, the one that rang in the sealed room of her own real and secret and only ever whispered name, and was written here on her window-sill in the hand of a woman who had been a week and more in her grave. Marguerite? Eve whispered. Her breath fogged white in the cold room. She was gripping the edge of the sill with both hands. Is that you? She did not know which answer she was asking for. She did not know which would frighten her more, that it was Marguerite, somehow, reaching back through death to write her name and leave her a rose, or that it was not Marguerite at all, but a thing that had taken 40 women, and now wore their hands, their voices, their loving, careful gestures, the way it wore her mother's voice in a lullaby, that it could sign itself Marguerite, that it could be, when it chose, anyone she had loved or might have loved, anyone whose loss had left a door in her standing open. Outside the window, the walled garden lay green and still and silent under the paling spring sky, giving nothing away, patient as it had been for 400 years, patient as the grave, patient as a seed in the ground, and from somewhere within it, very faint, very sweet, so soft that she might almost have dreamed it, so soft that ever afterward she was never quite sure she had truly heard it, came the first 3 notes of the lullaby, only 3, and then silence, deliberate, complete, as though the garden had said good morning to her, gently, and was content to leave it at that, and let her keep the rest of the day for herself. Eve did not touch the rose. She could not make herself touch it. She backed away from a window and put on her clothes with shaking hands without taking her eyes from the gray bloom on the sill, and then she went out and shut the bedroom door on it, firmly, as though shutting a door could shut the fact of it away. And she went down to the coal house to the bright, ordinary kitchen, and put the kettle on and stood over it with her hands flat on the cold table, breathing, telling herself over and over that she should leave. I should pack my bag, she thought, very clearly, watching the kettle. Asterisk I should pack this morning, and walk up the drive to the road, and down to the village, to Agnes's blue door, and I should telephone for a car and go back to London and my flat, and my work, and my safe small life, and I should let the Crown have this house and this garden and these roses and all of it, and never come back. Marguerite said I could. She gave me the chance to run. Agnes begged me to be one of the ones who runs. I should run. And then she thought of the name traced in the dew on the sill upstairs. Her name, her true name, her real one, the answer, the beginning of the answer, to the question she carried unspoken and unanswerable her whole orphan life. Who am I? Where do I come from? Whose was I before I was no one's? The garden knew. The garden had always known. It had held her true name warm behind its walls for 30 years and more, waiting, and had just written it in dew on her windowsill with a dead woman's loving hand, and it was willing, she understood, to get her back her whole self, piece by piece, name by name, rose by rose, for as long as it took, and all it asked in return in the end was that she come home. And standing there over the kettle with the steam beginning to rise, Eve understood, with a despair that was almost peace, exactly why not one Thorne woman in 400 years had ever managed to leave. The garden did not need to trap her. It did not need walls or locks or force. It only needed to know the one thing she had wanted, secretly, desperately, her whole life, more than safety, more than sense, more than she had ever let herself know she wanted it. To be told who she truly was. And it did know. It had always known, and it could wait. Chapter 10. The Turning of a Year. Spring gave way to summer the way a held breath gives way at last to a sigh, slowly, and then all at once. The change came over more in the space of a single warm week in June, and it took Eve by surprise, for she had come to think of that country as a place without seasons, a place fixed forever in raw gray April. But the moor that had seemed so grim and colorless when she arrived softened, almost against its own hard nature, into something that was very nearly beautiful. The heather greened and then, toward the month's end, began to purple at the tips. The bracken uncurled in the folds of the hills. The days stretched out long and gold at their edges, dawn coming absurdly early, and the light lingering past 10 at night in a slow violet dusk that never quite darkened into true black this far north at midsummer. Larks went up invisible over grounds, spilling song. It should have been a happy time. In another life, in another house, it would have been. But the walled garden, which had been merely impossible in spring, green when nothing else was green, became in summer something for which Eve had no word at all. She could not see into it. The walls saw to that, 12 feet of blind red brick, and she had not gone near the green door since the night the lullaby had almost drawn her out. But she did not need to see into it to know that it had changed, because now she could smell it from anywhere on the property, from anywhere on the whole moor. It seemed a heavy, swimming, dizzying sweetness of roses in their fullest bloom, thousands of them, a scent so thick on the warm, still evenings that it seemed to have weight, to pool in the low places of the grounds, to fill the whole bowl of the moor to its brim, so that Eve moved through it as through water. It came in at every open window. It got into her clothes, her hair, her sleep. She would wake in the night with the taste of roses in her mouth. And she could hear the garden now, more clearly with every week that the summer deepened, and there was no more pretending, not any longer, not even the brightest hour of those long gold days. That what she heard was the wind, the murmur that had been faint and formless in spring, that had carried only the ghost of her name, had grown all through the early summer fuller, warmer, more shaped. It was many voices, She was sure of that now, lying awake to listen, and she did lie awake to listen. That was the thing she was ashamed of. Many voices, low and female and blended, speaking and singing together just beyond the edge of sense. The way a large family talks in the next room late when a child is meant to be asleep. And now, more and more often, single words came clear of the blur and reached her whole. Home, the voices said, threaded to the murmur, patient, loving, daughter, come, soon, and always, always, wound through all the rest and under it and holding up the lullaby, her mother's lullaby, patient and sweet and endlessly repeated, wherein its grew a little deeper in her every single night. The way slow water wears away, stone not by force, but by never, ever stopping. She was not sleeping. She told herself for a while that it was a light, the endless northern summer light that never let the sky go fully dark, that pressed gray gold against the curtains even at midnight, and made her body doubt that it was time to rest. That was a good explanation, a true one even, as far as it went, and Eve held on to it the way Agnes had told her to hold on to such things. But she knew, underneath, that it was not the light, it was the voices. She lay awake in the not dark and listened to them, and this was a thing she could hardly bear to admit even to herself, alone, in the gray small hours. She had begun to look forward to them, to wait for them, to lie in the pale dark of the window, cracked against the heat and the rose scent pouring in, and listen for the first thin notes of the lullaby, the way you listen when you love someone and they are late, for the sound of their step at last upon the stair. That waiting frightened her more than anything the garden had yet done. She recognized it. It was longing. It was a shape her whole life's loneliness took when something, at last, offered to fill it. The day you run out your explanations is the day it has you. Agnes's warning came back to her often that summer, in the small hours, and Eve would take a kind of inventory of her explanations, the way a soldier under siege counts the cartridges remaining and find the store lower each time. The wind, gone. There was no wind on the still nights, and the sound came anyway. The pipes, gone. She had traced the pipes, all of them, in daylight, hunting reassurance, and none ran near her room. Tired fancy, fraying badly. A fancy did not lay a gray rose on a locked sill, did not write a secret name in dew. Folklore, she could not hold that one at all any more, not since the rose. One by one her explanations were being spent, and she could not make new ones fast enough, and she understood that she was living now on the last of them, and that when they were gone there would be nothing between her and the green door but her own bare will and Agnes's foolish loud hymns. So she made herself go down to the village that week on foot, the long gray miles of the moor road, out and back, the better part of the day, and she made herself do it partly for the bread and the few supplies she needed, but mostly, if she was honest, to prove to herself that she still could, that the house had not yet become a place she was unable to leave, that her legs would still carry her up the drive and away, that her will was still her own, that she was not yet, whatever Agnes feared, one of the caught ones, and her legs did carry her, and that was a comfort, though a smaller one than she had hoped. For the whole long way down she was aware of the green walls at her back, growing smaller, and the rose scent thinning behind her, and the whole long way back she was aware of them growing again, the sweetness reaching out to meet her a full mile before she came in sight of the chimneys, folding around her as she descended the drive like arms opening to take her in. Welcome home, welcome home. The village received her the way the village received a Thorne, which is to say with a wary, pitying, frightened courtesy that was worse than open hostility would have been. Doors that did not quite close as she passed, and did not quite open. Conversations that stopped and started again too brightly when she came near. Eyes that met hers for a moment and then slid away, down, aside, as though it were unlucky or unkind, or simply too sad, to look a Thorne woman full in the face. In the little shop the woman behind the counter, young, no older than Eve, with a baby asleep in a pram behind her, served her quickly and correctly, and would not meet her eyes at all, and Eve paid and gathered her few things, and turned to go, and had her hand on the door, when the young woman spoke, low and quick and fierce, as though the words were being forced out of her against her own better judgment, against the rules. "My grandmother knew your great-aunt," she said, "when they were girls. Before." Eve stopped, her hand on the door. The young woman was not looking at her even now. She was looking down at her own hands flat on the counter, and her voice shook. Gran she always said there was one nearly got away, once, one of the Thorne women, years and years back, before even Marguerite's time, or right at the start of it, ran off south in the middle of the night with her baby in her arms and never came back. Just gone. And Gran said the family put about that she drowned her and the baby both, off the coast, that they'd gone to the sea. But Gran never believed it, not for a minute. "Why not?" Eve asked. Her mouth had gone dry. "Why didn't your grandmother believe it?" The young woman looked up at last, and her eyes were frightened and very kind, and she glanced once past Eve at the door, at the sleeping baby in the pram, before she answered. "Because," she said, "Gran always said you don't get away from that garden by drowning. You don't get away from it by dying at all. That's the whole horror of the place. Gran said that dying's no escape, that it keeps them somehow even after. The only ones who ever really get away. Gran said," she stopped and swallowed and finished in a whisper, "the only ones who get away are the ones nobody ever finds. The ones that can't follow because no one alive knows where they went or what they're called, or that they were ever a Thorne at all. Those are the only ones. The lost ones. The ones that vanished, so complete even the garden loses the thread of them." The baby stirred and whimpered in the pram, and the young woman turned to it, gathering it up, and over the small warm head she looked at Eve one last time. "I shouldn't have said any of that. Please don't. We don't talk about it. Up here. I only thought you've the look. I thought someone ought to have told you something true before." Eve walked home in the long gold evening with her heart going hard and slow, and the rose scent came out a mile to meet her as it always did now, and she barely felt it, because she was thinking over and over of what the young woman had said. One nearly got away, ran south in the night with her baby in her arms, was said to have drowned, and had not drowned, and the baby that nobody ever found, the lost one, the one so completely vanished that even the garden lost a thread of her. That was the whole reason she got away at all. The baby was 34 years old now, and had a plain, safe name with no music in it, and had been found, after all, by a patient old woman with 30 years and a fortune to spend on inquiry agents, and was walking now, this long gold midsummer evening, back down the drive toward the green walls her mother had died in the dark to carry her out of. The thread the garden had lost had been found again and picked up and followed north, and here she was, walking back into the very center of the web, holding in her own two hands. Chapter 11. Eighth day in the village. She went down to the village once a week, that summer, whether she needed to or not, because Agnes had told her to, and because she had come to understand that the walk itself was a kind of medicine, a way of proving to her own legs and her own will that she could still leave, still choose, still put one foot in front of the other on the road that led away. And because, though she was slow to admit it, she had begun to love the going, the small, ordinary human texture of it, in a life gone otherwise so strange. The walk was a bare part an hour, downhill going and uphill coming back, along the single gray road that unspooled across the open moor. She came to know it in all its small particulars, the way you come to know a route you walk alone and often, the place where a beck crossed under the road through a stone culvert, and where she stopped, always, to watch the brown peat water slide over the stones, and to drink, in high summer, from the cold spring that seeped from the bank just above it, the best water she had ever tasted, tasting of stone and cold, and the moor itself, the gate where a herd of shaggy moorland cattle, russet and long-horned and entirely unbothered, would lift their heads to watch her pass and then go back to their grazing, the ruin of a shepherd's bothy, for walls and no roof, where she sheltered once from a sudden squall and found, scratched into the lintel, initials and a date from a century gone, some other solitary soul marking that they too had stood there out of the rain, the particular boggy stretch where the cotton grass grew, nodding its white heads by the thousand in the wind, so that the ground seemed to have foamed. She learned the road's moods, its long views on clear days when she could see for 20 empty miles, its close blind fogs when the whole world shrank to 10 feet of wet gray and the only sound was water dripping from her own hood. And she was never, on those foggy days, entirely sure she was alone on it. The village, when she reached it, was a huddle of gray stone against a gray hillside. Perhaps 30 houses, a church, a shop, a public house that had been shut for years and now grudgingly reopened a room. It had a name, Nethercroft, though no one much used it. To the people who lived there was only the village, there being no other for many miles that mattered. Eve came to know its small geography as she came to know the road. The church, squat and Norman and older than its own records, with a leaning yard full of the same few surnames worn soft on the stones, and in one shadow corner, apart from the rest, 3 or 4 graves marked only Thorne with no given name at all, as though the family had been buried but not quite claimed. The war memorial with its short list of the village's dead and the surprising, unbearable length of it for so small a place. The single shop, which was post office and grocer and haberdasher and newsagent all at once. Its shelves a patient jumble of tinned goods and bootlaces and firelighters and humbugs and jars, presided over by the young woman with the baby who had told Eve, that first frightened time, about the one who nearly got away. They grew easier with her, the village people, by slow degrees, over that summer, not warm, never quite warm, but easier, as it became clear that she was not going to vanish in a week, that she paid her way and gave no trouble and did not put on airs. The shopkeeper, whose name was Ruth, began to keep things back for her. The good bacon, the first of the season's soft fruit brought up from the valley, once a jar of honey from her own few hives that she pressed on Eve without quite meeting her eyes, a kindness offered sideways. The old men on the bench outside the shut pub, who had watched Eve pass in stony silence all through the spring, began to nod to her, and then to remark on the weather, which in that country was considerable intimacy, and by August one of them, a vast, slow, ancient man called Wilf, who had been, Eve gathered, a shepherd all his life and something an oracle, would offer her his forecast of the coming week, delivered with the grave authority of Scripture and generally correct. She learned that the shut pub's landlord would make her a pot of tea and a plate of bread, and dripping if she asked. In the back room among the covered billiard table and the framed photographs of vanished cricket teams, and that this was the nearest thing the village had to a cafe, and that to sit there for half an hour with her tea was to be, briefly, part of the ordinary living world in a way that steadied her for days. And she learned the shape of their fear, which was not the crude superstition she had first taken it for, but something older and sadder and more like grief. They did not talk of the house directly. That was the first rule, unspoken and absolute. You did not name Blackthorn House in the village. You said up there and tilted your head, and everyone knew, but it was under everything, the way the moor was under everything. Nearly every family in Nethercroft had lost someone to it. Somewhere back, a girl in service 2 generations gone, a wandering aunt, a great-grandmother's sister. And the fear was really a long collective mourning, a village that had lived 400 years in the shadow of a thing that occasionally reached down and took one of theirs and gave nothing back, not even a body to bury. That was why they kept away, and why they pitied her, and why, beneath the pity, there was something almost like anger, not at Eve herself, but at what she was, at the return of Thorne to the house, at the reopening of a wound they had hoped, in the years the house stood empty, might finally be closing. She understood it, and did not resent it, and went on going down every week, because a village that mourned its loss was still a village of the living, and their grudging, grieving company was the warmest thing for 20 miles, and she needed it, and took it, and was grateful. Chapter 12. The Photograph. That night Eve did a thing she had been putting off since her first evening in the house. She took down the framed photographs from the parlor wall, one by one, all of them, and carried them through to the kitchen, and laid them out in rows on the scrub table under the good bright light of the lamp. And she made herself sit down and look, properly and steadily, and for as long as it took, at the faces of the women she had come from. It was not an easy thing to do. She had avoided that wall since the first day, since the empty frame and the tilting floor. But she was past the point, now, where avoidance served her. Her explanations were nearly spent, and if she was to have any hope of understanding what was happening to her, of arming herself the way Marguerite had tried to arm her, she needed to know these women, needed to lay hold of her own history with both hands before the garden could hand it to her strand by strand and braid it into a rope. So she sat and she looked, and she read the dates penciled on the backs of Marguerite's spidered hand, and she built a family in her mind, generation by generation, out of the grave gray-eyed faces on the table. They were unmistakably one family, one blood, across a century and a half of photographs. The same grave gray eyes looked out of every frame, the same strong jaw, the same broad, clear brow, the same dark hair, and the same something beneath the features, harder to name, that Eve had been seeing all her life in her own mirror and had never had a face to set beside until now. A stillness, a gravity, a waiting quality, as though each of these women had been photographed in the middle of listening for something just out of hearing. And she saw, laying the dates out in order, that Marguerite's journal had told the truth. Not one of them had lived to be truly old. Marguerite alone at 80 was a great exception, the one who had held on. The rest had died at 40. At 50, one or two in their late 50s, none further. And not one of them appeared in more than 2 or 3 photographs all told, as though each had lived a life so private, so withdrawn, so nearly invisible, that it left almost no trace on the world, a handful of stiff formal portraits, and then nothing, then a little inked rose on a chart. And every one of them, in every photograph, without a single exception across 150 years, was standing in the same place, before the green door, with the massed dark roses climbing the wall behind her, as though it were a family seat, the ancestral backdrop, the one spot before which every daughter of the house must be recorded once before the garden took her. The empty frame she had brought too, from the gap at the center of the parlor wall. She had it there on the table with the others, face down, and now she turned it over and looked at it. The frame itself, dark old like all the rest, but empty, the mount behind the glass holding nothing but a rectangle of blank gray card. Someone had taken the photograph out, and Eve, who dismantled and rebuilt such things for her living, who knew all the small secret places a thing can hide inside its own frame, turned the frame over and eased up the little tabs that held the backing board, and slid the board out, and there, tucked flat behind the mount, hidden in the one place only a person taking a whole frame carefully apart would ever think to look, was the photograph. Marguerite had not destroyed it. She had only hidden it, deep in the frame's own body, where it would wait for a careful hand. Eve slid it free with fingers and begun, without her leave, to tremble, and turn it over the lamp, and looked at it, and the kitchen and the lamp and the whole solid, ordinary world seemed to tilt and slide and go very far away. It was a young woman, perhaps 30 years of age, standing before the green door in the sunlight of some long-ago summer, with a baby settled on her hip. The young woman had the Thorne eyes and the Thorne jaw and the Thorne stillness, unmistakable, kin to every other face on the table. But she was not, like all the others, looking gravely out at the camera. She was looking down. She was looking down at the child on her hip, and her face, caught unposed, unguarded, was doing a thing no other face in all those careful portraits did. It was full of expression, full to breaking, an expression of such fierce and desperate and frightened love that Eve's own throat closed and ached to see it. A mother's look, a look that knew something terrible and was standing in the sun before the green door holding her child against it with her whole heart and her whole failing strength. And the child on her hip, the child was looking straight out of the photograph, straight down the years, straight into the lamplit kitchen, straight into Eve. A small, solemn, gray-eyed child, wide-eyed and grave and watchful, perhaps 2 years old, perhaps a little more, with a soft cap of dark hair, and a look on its small face of complete calm trust. And the eyes, the grave gray eyes, were eyes Eve had shaved past in the mirror every morning of her life, because they were her own eyes, because the child was Eve, because a frightened, loving young woman holding her against the green door in the summer sun was Eve's mother. And Eve was looking for The first time in 30 years, and the first time she could ever remember, at her mother's face. She sat quite still and looked at it for a long time. She did not cry at first. It was too large a crying that first while. She only looked and tried to fill 30 years of blank with this one caught summer instant. Tried to memorize the face, the fall of the hair, the exact shape of the frightened love, as though by looking hard enough she could climb back down the years into that sunlit summer and be held again, be that trusting child on that hip, be, for one moment, before it all went wrong, safe in her mother's frightened arms. It was a writing on the back that undid her. She turned the photograph over at last, and on the reverse, in a hand that was not Marguerite's spidered copperplate, but a younger, rounder, hurried hand, written it seemed in haste and pressed hard into the paper, were 2 short lines. The first was a name, a woman's name, her mother's name, written plain, and Eve read it and said aloud once, softly, in the empty kitchen, giving her mother back her name after 30 years. And beneath it, the second line. And my daughter, it said, and my daughter, and then a second name, written with the same hard-pressed loving haste. And it was a name the garden had breathed to Eve under the door in the dark, the name traced in dew on her windowsill, her true name, her real and secret and only ever whispered name, the name she had never in her life been told by any living soul. And here it was in her own mother's hand, written 30 years or more ago, on the back of a photograph, above the words of my daughter. Her mother had known her true name. Her mother had written it. Her mother had named her that, in love, before ever the plain, safe hiding name was laid over the top of it, and then had carried her away into the dark to keep her, and had never, the young woman in the shop had said, "Come back." Eve put the photograph down on the table, and put her face in her hands, and wept as she had not wept since she was a child herself. Wept for the mother she could not remember and now, unbearably, could see, for the name she had never been given had just been given, in a dead hand, on a hidden photograph. For the 34 years of being no one from nowhere that had, in the space of a single lamplit hour, come quietly and completely to an end. She was not no one. She had never been no one. She was that grave child on that frightened hip. She was her mother's daughter. She had a true name written in a loving hand and a face to grieve, and a place she had been carried out of, and a whole history that had been kept from her all her life for her own protection, and was now being given back to her one shattering piece at a time. She did not hear the lullaby begin, out beyond the walls in the summer dark. Or perhaps she did hear it, faint beneath her own weeping, and simply could no longer tell the difference, could no longer separate the garden's patient sweetness and the sound of her own grief, which wanted, more than it had ever wanted anything, more than sense or safety or her own life, only this: to be known, to be named, to be gathered up at last into the arms that had held her in the sunlight before the green door, and never, never to be set down again, and the garden, patient beyond the walls, singing her mother's song in her mother's voice into the summer night, wanted exactly the same thing for her, and was so very glad to give it, and asked in return only that she come. Chapter 13. The Visitor. It was the middle of June, and Eve had begun to think of herself as the only living soul for miles, when a stranger came down the drive. She saw him from the study window, a young man on foot, with canvas bag over one shoulder, coming down the long rutted drive with the frank, unhurried curiosity of someone who did not know he was somewhere he ought to fear. He stopped partway down to look at the house, and then at the green walls beyond it, shading his eyes, and something in the attitude of him, the open interest that tilted his head, told Eve before he ever spoke that here at last was a person who had not grown up in the shadow of the story, who did not know to keep away. She went down and met him at the door, and found she was absurdly, painfully glad to see him, glad the way you are glad of water after a long dry road, and she understood in that gladness how starved she had grown, over spring, for an ordinary human face. "I'm sorry to intrude," he said, and he had a pleasant open face and a southern voice, and he was, she guessed, a little younger than herself. "I did try the village first, but they weren't especially forthcoming." He smiled ruefully. My name's Daniel Hart. I'm a research student. Folklore, oral history, that sort of thing. And I'm doing my doctorate on the belief traditions of the northern moors. The darker ones, I suppose you'd say. And forgive me, there is no site in the whole of the North with a richer tradition attached to it than this house. Blackthorn House. The Thorne women. The garden that. He stopped, seeming to hear himself, and colored. I'm so sorry. I just realized you must be family. I didn't mean to come marching up talking about I do beg your pardon. It's all right, Eve said, and to her own surprise it was. There was something so ordinary about him, so entirely of the sane desolate world, that his very presence loosened something in her chest that had been clenched for weeks. I'm Eve Ashcroft. I inherited the place a few months ago from a great aunt I never knew. And I'll be honest with you, Mr. Hart. I know almost nothing about the tradition you've come all this way for, and I've been going half mad up here alone, trying to understand what I've got myself into. So if you've come to tell me the stories about this house, you may find you've a more grateful audience than you bargained for. Come in. I'll make tea. God knows I could do with the company. And so Daniel Hart came into the house, and over tea in the kitchen, he told Eve the stories. The ones he had gathered from records and other villages and old collections, the outside view of the things she had been living inside, and it was the strangest experience to hear her own dread spoken back to her in the calm, cataloging voice of scholarship. He spoke of the Thorne women as a folklorist speaks, with interest and sympathy and not one grain of belief. To him they were a case, a rich and unusually persistent local legend, a family around whom for 4 centuries or more had spun a myth of vanishing women and singing roses. He had theories about it, tidy rational theories, a hereditary illness in the family, perhaps some inherited melancholy or madness that made its women prone to wander off and die on the moor, and around which the frightened, isolated community had, over generations, built a supernatural architecture to explain what it could not bear to see as mere sickness. It's almost always something like that underneath, he said, warming to it, kind and clever and wholly wrong. The stories are how a community metabolizes a horror it can't otherwise face. The singing roses are easier to live beside than the idea that the women of a certain family are simply, tragically, going to lose their minds. Eve listened and did not argue, and felt 2 things at war in her. The first was a wild longing to believe him, to take his clean, rational explanation and pull it over her head like a blanket, to decide that he was right and Agnes was wrong and Marguerite had been a sad, deluded old woman, and the voices were her own inherited melancholy, and nothing more, and to be, by his reasoning, simply ill, which was a thing that happened in the ordinary world, and could be treated in the ordinary world, and did not require her to believe in a garden that ate its daughters. She wanted it badly. It was the last and most respectable of all her explanations, and here it was being handed to her by an intelligent, educated man from the sane world outside. The second thing, underneath the longing, was the cold, flat certainty that he was wrong, that she had heard the lullaby that no illness could have taught her, had held a gray rose that no melancholy could have laid on a locked sill, had read her true name written in dew by a dead woman's hand, and that his clean theory, however much she wanted it, could not stretch to cover the things she had seen with her own eyes and heard with her own ears, and would only, if she let it, leave her, defenseless when the garden called again. You don't believe any of it, she said. The actual claims, the roses, the voices. Good heavens, no, Daniel said, and laughed easily, and Eve envied him the laugh with sharp physical envy, the laugh of a man safe on the far side of the wall. I mean no offense to your family, truly, but no, I believe the stories are real and fascinating as stories, as a tradition, as a thing people genuinely believed and shaped their lives around. That's what I study, not whether the roses sing. Of course the roses don't sing. He caught her expression and softened. You've been up here alone a long time, haven't you, in a place steeped to the rafters in this stuff. It gets into you. That's not madness. That's just what atmosphere does to a solitary mind. Anyone's mind, mine included. If I lived up here alone a month, I'd be hearing the roses sing too. That's not the garden, Miss Ashcroft. That's loneliness and suggestion, and a very old, very powerful story doing exactly what such stories are built to do. He meant it kindly, and it was, in its way, the kindest and most dangerous thing anyone had said to her since she arrived, kinder than Agnes's hard warnings, and far more dangerous, because Agnes's warnings armed her and Daniel's comfort disarmed her. She saw that clearly, even as she felt the pull of it. If she believed him, she would stop singing over the lullaby. She would stop keeping the rules. She would let her guard down, reassured, rational, and one warm night the garden would call, and she would have no wall left to stand behind, because a clever young man from the south had kindly explained to her that there was nothing there. She looked at Daniel Hart's open, friendly, unfrightened face and understood that he was, without the smallest ill intent, the most perfect instrument the garden could have wished for, and she wondered, with a chill, whether it wished for him, whether it had drawn him, somehow, down the drive that no one came down, at exactly the season when its own singing was rising toward its summer height, and she most needed talking out her fear. Chapter 14. The Story of Iris Thorne. Daniel came back. Eve had half expected he would not, had braced herself, after he left that first afternoon, for the isolation closed over her again like water over a dropped stone. But he came back 3 days later with more questions and a bundle of photocopied records under his arm, and then again the week after, and by the height of the summer his visits had become the one fixed bright point in her formless days. The one thing she looked forward to that did not frighten her. She was careful with him. She did not tell him the true things, not the rose on the sill, not the name in the dew, not the photograph of her mother, not the lullaby she knew from before memory. She had learned that much wisdom, that to tell him would be either to lose his friendship, if he thought her mad, or to lose her own guard, if he talked her out her fear. And she wanted the friendship, and needed the guard, and so she kept the deepest things to herself, and let him think her only a lonely woman mildly infected by a powerful atmosphere. But she let him tell her the family's history, all of it, the documented outside of the things she was living inside, and it was from Daniel, in the end, spread out over a summer of kitchen-table afternoons, that she learned the stories of the individual women the garden had taken, the names behind the little inked roses on Marguerite's charts, the daughters who were now, she believed, singing in the dark beyond the walls. It was the story of Iris Thorne that stayed with her most, and that she could never afterward think of without a catch in her chest. For Iris, Daniel said, turning over his photocopied parish records with a scholar's detachment and no idea at all what he was handing her, was a great anomaly of the family, the one who did not fit the pattern. Every other Thorne woman who's recorded as lost, disappeared, whatever term you like, he said, was alone at the time. That's the pattern. Solitary women, isolated, prone to wandering. Textbook for this kind of tradition. But Iris Thorne, this would be, the 1880s, Iris had a sister, a younger sister, Clara. And the interesting thing, the thing that breaks the pattern, is that Iris didn't wander off alone. According to the one account that survives, a letter from a cousin, quite reliable, Iris went into the garden deliberately at night to bring Clara out. Eve went very still. Clara had gone in, she said. Clara had gone in. Daniel nodded. Pleased she was following. The younger sister, Clara, had, in the language of the tradition, been called, gone out one night and not come back. And Iris, the elder, instead of doing the sensible thing, the thing everyone begged her to do, which was to grieve and go on and save herself, Iris went in after her, went into the garden at night, alone, to fetch her little sister home. The cousin's letter is quite affecting about it. Actually, she writes that Iris said she would not live in a world where Clara was in that place, and she was not. That a sister who let her sister be taken and did nothing was no sister. That she was going in and coming out and bringing Clara with her, and no one was to try to stop her. Daniel spread his hands. And of course neither of them was ever seen again. Both lost, which the tradition reads as a garden taking two instead of one, greedy, you see, punishing the rescue. But to me, it's simply a very sad story about a woman so undone by her sister's death that she followed her onto the moor and died there too. Grief does terrible things. It's one of my favorite cases. Honestly, it's so human. The love in it. The love in it. Eve looked down at the photocopied record, at the two names, Iris and Clara Thorne, and the single year lost beside them both. And she understood something Daniel, with all his cleverness, would never understand. That Iris had had the right idea and the wrong strength. Iris had done the thing Marguerite would later come to believe was the only thing that could break the garden. Gone in willing, for love, to bring another out. But Iris had gone in at night, on the garden's own terms, at the height of its power, unprepared, undefended, armed with nothing but grief and love. And grief and love alone were not enough. The garden fed on exactly those. And so it had taken her too, and made her rescue into one more rose. Iris had shown the way and failed on it. And Eve, if she ever did a thing, would have to do what Iris had not. Go in by daylight, prepared, clear-eyed, in the narrow seas of the garden's weakness, armed not only with love, but with a cold, hard refusal that love alone could never manage. Iris had gone in to bring her sister home and been kept. Eve would have to go in to bring her mother home and get out. The difference between them, she understood, was the whole difference between a beautiful failure and a chance, however slim, of success. "You've gone pale," Daniel said, breaking off concerned. "I'm sorry, I forget sometimes that these aren't just cases to you. They're your family. That was your great something aunt, I suppose, Iris. It's bad of me to sit here, treating your own dead like specimens." "No," Eve said. "No, I want to hear it. All of it. You don't understand. You're giving me back my family, Daniel. Every name you read me is someone I never knew I had." And that was true. And it was also true that every name he read her was someone she might, someday, have to walk in the dark to free. And the two truths sat side by side in her all that summer, the comfort and the dread, as she sat across the kitchen table from the kind, rational young man who thought he was helping her with her doctorate research, and did not know he was arming her for a war he did not believe in. It could not last, of course. Eve knew that even as she came to depend on his visits, on the ordinary warmth of him, on the lifeline of a sane voice in the long, strange summer, she knew that the garden would not tolerate forever a person who came and went freely, who broke her isolation, who might, if she ever chose to tell him the true things, if she ever broke and begged him to take her away, be the means of her escape. And she was right. The end of Daniel's visits, when it came, in the first cold week of the autumn, was the thing that showed Eve past all further doubt exactly what she was dealing with, and exactly how little the sane, rational, daylit world could protect her, or him, or anyone, from the thing behind the walls. Chapter 15. At the Green Door. It was full high summer, and Eve had lived at Blackthorn House 3 months, when at last she went to the Green Door. She told herself, the whole way across the darkening grounds in the warm blue dusk, that she would only look. That was the bargain she made with herself, the story she told herself she believed, and she needed it, because after the night of the photograph something in her had shifted, and she no longer entirely trusted her own feet. She carried the photograph of her mother in the pocket of her dress. She carried it everywhere now, could not be parted from it. And she walked down to the dusk toward the walls, telling herself, over and over, that she would only stand at the door where her mother had stood, and see the garden her family had tended and vanished into for 400 years, and then she would turn around and walk back to the house and lock the doors, because Marguerite had said not after dark, and the dusk was going down fast now, blue deepening to violet, deepening to something with true dark at the bottom of it, and she would only look, and then she would go in. The rose scent thickened around her with every step she took toward the walls, until it was very nearly a solid thing, a warm, dense wall of sweetness she had to push through, and the voices, which reached her muffled and distant at the house, grew clearer and nearer and gladder as she approached, lifting, brightening, the way a room full of people lifts and brightens when the one they've been waiting for finally comes through the door. She came to the wall, and followed it, her hand trailing along the warm, rough brick, until she came to the green door itself. It was old and low and set deep in the thickness of the wall, and its green paint was blistered and peeling in silver with age. And it was exactly the door of her dream, exactly the door in every photograph, the door her mother had stood before with her on her hip. And it was not locked. Of course it was not locked. It had never in 400 years needed to be locked. There was a simple iron latch, black with age, and that was all. Eve stood before the door with her hand flat against the warm, blistered wood, and on the other side of it she could feel the garden. Feel it, like a great, slow warmth, like a vast and gentle breathing presence just beyond the wood, aware of her hand, aware of her, glad. And the voices rose to meet her palm to the door, not louder but nearer, intimate now, delighted, a soft, glad chorus of welcome. And beneath them, through them, holding them all up, the lullaby swelled, and this time, for the first time, standing with her hand on the green door in the violet dark, Eve heard the words of it. They were in no language she knew, and she understood them perfectly, completely, the way one understands things in dreams. Here is the door, the lullaby sang, in her mother's voice, in the blended voices of all the gray-eyed women who had gone before. Here's the door, and here's the way. Here is the end of all the wandering. Here is your name, your own true name, kept warm for you these 30 years. Here are your mothers, all of them, every one, and not one of them lost, not truly. They are all here. They are all waiting. They are so glad you have come. Here is the place you were carried from before you could remember, and here is the arm that held you in the sun, and it is still open. It has been open all this time. It will always be open. Come in. Come home. Come and be known and be held, and be named and never, never, never be alone again. We have kept your place. We have kept your name. We have kept your mother's voice alive in the roses, all this while, so that when you came at last it would be her, and only her, who called you home. Come in, come in, come in. And under the words, singing them, was her mother's voice. Eve knew it now beyond any doubt. She had a face to set to it, from the photograph in her pocket. She had heard it. She was certain, in the years before memory, she would have known it among 10,000 voices. It was her mother, singing the lullaby that had rocked her every night of her infant life, singing it now from the far side of the green door, from within the garden, from among the roses, singing her daughter home. Eve's hand was on the latch. She did not remember moving it there from the flat of the wood, but there it was. Her fingers closed around a cold black iron, and the metal was warm where she touched it, warm as skin, warming to her hand. Every part of her that had been orphaned and nameless and alone for 34 years, which was very nearly every part of her, for she had built almost a hole of herself over that emptiness, leaned toward that door and the voice behind it with a longing so total, it was like a wind at her back, pushing, and it would have been so easy, so simple, so unspeakably natural to press the latch down with her thumb and lean her weight against the warm door and let it swing open and step through into the green dark and finally, after a whole life of it, stop being alone. And she never knew afterward what saved her, whether it was Marguerite or Agnes or her own mending nature or her mother, her real mother, reaching somehow through the false sweet voice to shake her. A set of other words rose up in her, hard and cold and unwelcome, and stood against the singing. Do not answer if you are called. Do not go into the walled garden after dark. Whatever you come to feel, however much it comes to feel like home, do not let it convince you that you belong to it. You do not belong to the garden. Marguerite's warnings in the spidered, urgent hand, and Agnes's blunt across the kitchen table. Sing over it anything, so long as it's louder than the roses. And beneath those, rising, the thing that finally turned her hand, her mother, her own true mother, who had stood on this very spot with Eve on her hip and that frightened, terrible love on her face, and who had then carried her child away into the dark at the cost of, the journal had told her, though she had not let herself fully believe it until this moment, with her hand on a latch and the voice in her ears, at the cost of her own voice, her own self, her own life. Her mother had stood here and had heard this same singing, this same sweetness, and had not gone in. Her mother had run. Her mother had died running, rather than go through this door. And the voice that was singing now, sweet and loving and warm beyond bearing, her mother's own voice calling her home. That voice was the thing her mother had given up her life to save her from. That voice was her mother, and it was not her mother. It was her mother's voice with her mother's love in it, and it was the garden wearing them both. It was the most terrible thing Eve had ever understood, and understanding it was the only thing in the world with weight enough to move her hand. She took her hand off the latch. It was the hardest thing she had ever done. It did not feel like resisting a temptation. It felt like tearing her own hand off her own arm, like turning away from her mother's open arms in the sunlight, like choosing, freely and with full knowledge, to go on being alone. She made a sound when she did it, a small broken animal sound she did not recognize as her own. And then she did what Agnes had told her, standing there in the violet dark with the rose scent drowning her and the voices faltering, feeling her pull away. She sang. Not the lullaby. Anything but a lullaby, never the lullaby. Some foolish, bright, loud, ordinary song off the radio of her lost London life, half-remembered, off-key, gasped out through tears, and then louder and louder, until her own poor cracked voice filled her own ears and drowned the sweetness. And singing, she turned, and she stumbled back across the darkening grounds toward the lit windows of the house, singing her stupid bright song into the summer night, singing over the lullaby, singing until the voices thinned and frayed behind her, and the green door was lost in the dark, and the scent began, grudgingly, to loosen its hold. She did not stop singing until she was inside, with the door locked and her back against it, gasping, soaked with sweat and tears, alive, still on this side of the wall, still herself still, barely alone. Behind her, out in the garden, the singing did not stop. It never stopped. She understood that now. It had sung for 400 years, and it would sing for 400 more. But under the sweetness, for just a moment, as she had fled, just for an instant, before she got the door shut on it, Eve had heard something else move through the massed and blended voices. Something that was not sweet at all. Something vast and old and cold and patient past all understanding, that had reached out its arms to take what it wanted, and had felt that thing pull free, and had been, for one bare moment before it smoothed itself back into sweetness, displeased. It was gone almost before she heard it, folded back under the loving lullaby like a stone sinking under still water. But she had heard it, and she understood, sliding down the locked door to sit on the cold floor of the hall with her heart slamming, that summer was ending, that the garden had shown her its sweetness and its love and its truth, and she had refused all three, and that it did not in 400 years have very much practice at being refused, and that whatever came next, when the roses gave up being kind, would not be kind at all. Chapter 16. What the Roses Said. After the night at the green door, something changed between Eve and the garden, and it was a change that comes over courtship when it has been refused and becomes, instead, a negotiation. The sweetness did not vanish. That was the first thing Eve noticed, as the long gold days began at last to shorten, and the first cold breath of autumn came creeping over the moor. The lullabies still came on the still evenings, still soft, still loving, still in her mother's voice. The garden did not punish her for her refusal by withdrawing its love. It was far too clever for that and far too patient. But beneath the sweetness now there was a new quality, and as summer browned and crumbled into autumn, as the bracken died back rustford on the hills, and the first leaves loosened the old orchard and the light went thin and slantwise in gold, that new quality came more and more to the fore. The garden had tried to draw her with love, and love had very nearly worked, and then at the last possible moment it had failed. So now the garden tried something else. It began, in the lengthening autumn nights, to tell her the truth. That was the terrible cleverness of it, the exact thing Marguerite had tried so hard to warn her of in the green leather journal, underlined twice in the dark hurried ink. The garden does not lie. Everything it will tell you is true. It is only that the truth, in that place, is a rope it braids to bind you. All through the summer the voices had promised her things. Home, belonging, an end to being alone, her mother's open arms. Promises. A promise can be doubted. A promise is about a future that has not come and might not come, and Eve had found at the last just enough doubt to save herself. But now, in the autumn, the garden stopped promising and began instead to answer. It began to give her, freely, unasked, one at a time in the long, dark hours, the answers to the questions she carried unspoken and unanswerable her whole orphan life, the questions no living person had ever been able to answer, that she had long ago stopped even letting herself ask. And an answer is not a promise. An answer cannot be doubted the same way. An answer, when it is true, and when it is the answer to the deepest question of your life, goes into you like a key into a lock and turns and opens something, and there is no arguing with it. Every answer the garden gave her was true, and every true answer drew her a half step nearer the wall. She would wake in the small cold hours of the autumn nights and lie still and listen, and the voices came clear now, clearer with every week that passed, no longer a blurred murmur, but chorus that spoke to her almost as plainly as Agnes had spoken across the kitchen table. And they told her things. They told her her mother's name, the name from the back of photograph, and then her grandmother's name, and her great-grandmother's, back and back through grave gray-eyed generations, a litany of mothers, her mothers, all of them, a lineage laid into her ear in the dark like a lullaby of names. They told her the day she had been born, the exact day, and told her it had been in an upstairs room of this very house, that she had come into the world here, under the sagging roof, in the deep of a winter night, and Eve lay in the dark and felt the truth of it settle into her, and understood that she had not merely inherited this house. She had been born in it. It was the first place her eyes had ever opened. They told her the weather that night, the great snow that had shut the house off from the world. They told her the hour. And one night, in a voice so tender it stopped her breath, they told her the small, foolish, private name her mother had called her in the weeks before she carried her away. Not the true name, not the plain hiding name, but pet name, a nonsense endearment, the kind of thing a mother murmurs into a baby's neck. And hearing it in the dark, Eve wept, helplessly, silently, because no living person in all the world had known that name. It had died with her mother 30 years ago by the sea. It was hers, and it was true, and it could only have come from someone who had been there in those weeks and heard her mother say it. The garden gave her back her stolen history a piece at a time, in the autumn dark, and each piece was a gift beyond price, and each gift was a hook, barb, and set, and Eve knew it. She was not a fool, Marguerite had warned her. She knew exactly what was being done to her, and she simply could not, stop herself from lying awake each night waiting to be given the next piece. Who, having been no one from nowhere for 34 years, having ached her whole life to know who she was, could refuse, when the answers came at last in a loving voice in the dark, to listen? "You're not sleeping," Agnes said. It was a gray afternoon in October, and she had come up with the bread and a brace of rabbit a neighbor had shot, and she stood on the step, as she always did now. She had not crossed the threshold since the day she first warned Eve, kept always to the step, spoke always with the cold moor air between them, and she looked at Eve with her shrewd pale eyes and her seamed face grave. "I can see it on you, girl. Plain. You got the look Marguerite used to get. In her bad spells, the gray sunk look, like someone bleeding slow from somewhere that doesn't show. You're not sleeping, and you're not eating enough, and you have the look of someone listening all the time to something the rest of the U.S. can't hear." She set the bread down on the step between them, as though she did not quite dare hand it over. "You're listening to it, aren't you? You're lying awake in the nights and letting it talk to you." "It's telling me the truth," Eve said. She heard how it sounded even as she said it. How mad, how lost, the exact voice of every caught one who had ever tried to explain the thing to someone standing safe on the other side of it. And she found she could not care. "Agnes, listen to me. It knew my mother's name. It knew the day I was born, the very day, and where I was born here, in this house. Did you know that? It knew the weather that night. It knew," her voice cracked, "it knew the name my mother called me when I was a baby, a little silly name, and there is no one alive who could know that. No one. My mother died when I was 4, and there's no one left who was there, and the garden knew it. It's not lying to me. It's telling me things no one else in the whole world could tell me. It's giving me back my own life. Agnes said heavily. It would. That's just exactly what it would do. She did not look surprised or comforted, and that frightened Eve more than argument would have. That's how it takes the strong ones, love. Listen to me, for I'll not say it plainer than this. The weak ones, the frightened ones, it scares them. It moans and it wails and it rattles about in the dark, and it frightens them half to death, and they run and they're saved. Saved by their own weakness, by their own good sense to be afraid. There's a mercy in being weak up here. I've come to think so. But the strong ones, the proud ones, the clever ones, the ones who want to know, who'd rather have a hard truth than an easy comfort, those it doesn't frighten, because fright would send them running, and it doesn't want them running. So it doesn't frighten them at all. It's gentle with them. It's kind. It tells them the truth, one true thing at a time, one gift at a time, each one truer and dearer than the last, and it leads them along by those truths the way you lead a horse by a rope of sugar, one lump at a time, all the way. She stopped. All the way through the green door. And every step of the way the poor soul thinks she's the one choosing to follow, because everything she's being told is true, and how can the truth be a trap? Agnes reached out then, across the threshold she would not cross, and gripped Eve's wrist with her hard, cold old hand, hard enough to hurt, her pale eyes fierce. But it can, girl, that's the whole black heart of it. The truth can be a trap. A thing doesn't have to lie to you to destroy you. That's the mistake we all make. Thinking if a thing tells us true, it must mean us well. Thinking lies are the only danger. It isn't so. A thing can tell you nothing but the truth. Every word of it true is scripture, and still be leading you straight to your death. If it tells you the true things in the right order, and leaves the right things out, and lets you draw the step it wants from every honest fact. The garden never lies. And the garden has killed 40 women that I know the names of. Both of those are true. Hold them together in your two hands, Eve, and don't ever let go of either one. Chapter 17. The Bargain. It was deep autumn, the moor gone gold and russet, and the last leaves stripping from the orchard in the rising winds, when the garden told Eve the truth about her mother's bargain, and in the telling of it came nearer to having her than it had ever come, nearer even in the night at the green door. She had gone back, in her sleeplessness, to Marguerite's journal, reading and rereading it by lamplight in the small hours, hunting for anything that might arm her further, anything that might help her hold the line she had held at the green door, for she knew now that the garden had not given up, only changed its weapon, and she felt herself weakening under the new assault of truth the way a wall weakens under water, not dramatically, not all at once, but steadily from within. And one night, near the very end of the journal, on a page she was certain she had turned before and somehow not truly read, in an ink gone so pale and faint it seemed to shrink from the paper as though ashamed of what it said, she found a passage that told her what her mother had done. I have understood at last what my sister did. Marguerite had written, and Eve's breath stopped in her throat at that word, sister, for she had not known, had never once suspected, that Marguerite had had a sister at all. Sister, the frightened young woman in the hidden photograph. Then, her mother. Her mother had been Marguerite's sister, and Marguerite had spent 30 years searching for her lost sister's lost child. And that meant, Eve worked out slowly, her cold hands flat on the desk. That meant Marguerite was no distant great-aunt at all, as Eve had assumed all this while, as she had told the driver and the young man from South. Marguerite was her mother's sister. Marguerite was her aunt, her own aunt, near blood, one removed from her mother, who had searched 30 years for her sister's child and left her a house and a warning and a hope and died before she could hold her once. And there was more that fell into place as Eve sat there in the dark, more that the dates made plain. Marguerite had been the elder by a great many years, near 20 by Eve's reckoning, old enough to have been a second mother to the sister she lost. Marguerite had died at 80, and the running had happened 30 years past, which put her at 50 in the year her young sister fled with the child, a woman already past the middle of her life, watching the baby of the family, the late-born sister she must have half-raised, carry a grandchild out into the dark and vanish. It was no wonder she had spent the last third of her long life searching. She had not lost a peer. She had lost the little sister she had rocked to sleep, and the little sister's child besides. And she had gone on looking for that child until her worn-out heart gave way. It changed the whole shape of the old woman's grief, and Eve had to set the journal down a moment and press her hands to her eyes before she could read on. When she took the child and ran that night, the pale passage went on. I never understood, all these years, how she managed it, for the garden does not simply let its daughters go. I know that better than any soul living. It does not open at hand. Once it has whispered your true name into the roses on the night you are born, and it whispered the child's. I heard it. We all heard it. The whole house heard the roses take up a new name that winter night. Once it has your name, you are its, and it will call you, and sooner or later, in a year or in 50 years, you will go. My sister knew that as well as I, and yet she got the child away. Clean away. So far away that even the garden lost a scent of her for 30 years. I could never understand how. And now, too late, reading back through the old account of the others who tried and failed, I understand. She did not simply run. Running is not enough. Running never saved anyone from this place. The ones who merely run are drawn back, or their children are, or their children's children. No, my sister did the one thing that can buy a child's freedom. She made a bargain. She went to the green door in the dark, that last night, with the sleeping child in her arms, and she offered the garden a trade, the only trade we'll ever take, the only coin of values. She offered it herself, not her body, not her death. It is bodies and deaths enough. It is made of them. She offered it the thing it truly wants, the thing it harvests from all of us in the end. Her voice, the part of a person that sings and remembers and can be called the very soul of her, near enough, the part that makes her herself and not another. She gave it freely at the door into the roses, in exchange for one thing only, that the garden let the child go, that it unsay the child's true name, that it forget her, lose her, release its claim on her, and let my sister carry her out into the world unclaimed and free. And the garden took the bargain. Of course it took it. A thorn freely given, a soul offered up willing at the door, is worth 100-fold more to it than a child dragged unwilling and screaming to the gate. I do not fully understand why, but I have come to believe that the willing gift is a thing it truly feeds on, that this is what has always been growing us for. So it took my sister's voice into itself forever, and it let the baby go. And here's the thing I can barely bring myself to write, the cruelty at the center of it all, the reason I have wept over these pages. That voice, my sister's voice, given at the door, is the voice the child will hear if ever she comes home. It is in the garden now. It is among the roses. It sings. My sister is in the garden, or the part of the garden took is, and it sings the lullaby she sang her baby, and it will sing that baby home again someday with all the love in the world. For the love is real. That is a horror. The love the garden took along with the voice is entirely real, and it is still there in the singing, and the garden will use that real love, that real mother's real voice as its lure. It has made my sister's deepest love and debate for my sister's only child. That is what this place does. That is what it is. It does not counterfeit love. It is far more terrible than that. It takes real love, true love, a mother's love given at a terrible price, and it turns that very love into the hook. And the child will come home someday and hear her mother calling her, truly loving her, and she will not be able to tell. How could she, how could anyone, that the arms opening for her are the garden's arms, and that to walk into them is to set her mother's whole sacrifice at nothing? Eve set the journal down with hands gone cold and bloodless, and sat in the ring of lamplight in the sleeping house, and understood, finally and completely, the whole shape of the thing that had been done, and the whole shape of the thing that was being done to her now. Her mother had not merely fled into the night. Her mother had stood at that green door and traded away her own soul, her voice, herself, her very place among the living and the remembered, to buy her daughter one single chance at a free and ordinary and unclaimed life. And the garden had taken that mother, that love, that sacrifice, and had made it the perfect lure, and had waited, patient beyond all patience, 30 years, keeping the voice warm, keeping the love alive in the roses, until the daughter grew lonely enough and strong enough and hungry enough for the truth to come home on her own 2 feet, so that it could use the mother's own love to undo the mother's own sacrifice, and take the child after all, and make the whole terrible price her mother had paid come to nothing, less than nothing, worse than nothing. If Eve walked through the green door now, everything her mother had given up, she would be throwing away with both hands. And that was a night the garden almost won, and it almost won not with love, which had failed at the green door, and not with truth alone, but with the thing that lies at the place where love and truth run together and become unbearable, which is grief. Because Eve wanted her mother. That was the whole of it, under everything. The plain enormous fact at the bottom of her. She wanted her mother, had wanted her for 34 years, a wanting so old and so deep and so constant that she had built the entire structure of her careful, solitary, self-sufficient life over the top of it, like a floor laid over a well, so that she need never again look down into that cold, dark water or feel how far it went. And now the floor was up, the well was open, and here at last, close enough to go to, was her mother's voice, her mother's love, her mother's open arms, and all Eve had to do, to be held by her mother for the first time since she was 4 years old, to climb down out of 30 years of aching emptiness into those arms, was to lift the latch and walk through a door into the dark. Chapter 18. Agnes tells the rest. In the gray of the morning, Agnes found her still there, on the cold floor of the hall, her back against the locked door, hollow-eyed and gray-faced and shivering, the tracks of the night's tears dried white on her cheeks. Agnes had come up early, uneasy, she said afterward, with a feeling she could not name that had got her out of bed before light, and up the long moor road faster than her old legs liked. And she had knocked, and got no answer, and knocked again, frightened now, and then heard, through the door, Eve's voice, small and cracked, telling her it was open, and Agnes did the thing she had sworn, 15 years ago, she would never do. She had told Eve, that first day, and Eve had noticed it in all the weeks since. The old woman kept a step, always, never crossed a threshold, spoke always with the cold air between them and the safe outdoors at her back. Whatever the reason, superstition, or hard-won wisdom, or simple animal dread, Agnes did not enter Blackthorn House, but she entered it now. She pushed the door open against Eve's weight and stepped over the threshold into the cold hall, and got her strong old arms around the younger woman, and got her up off the freezing stone, and half carried her through to the kitchen, and set her in a chair by the cold range, and lit the range with her own hands, and put the kettle on, all without a word. And only when there was tea made and a blanket round Eve's shoulders and a little color coming back into her gray face did Agnes sit down heavily across the table from her and tell her the rest of what she knew. The things, she said, she had held back all these months, all this while, because she had gone on hoping against hope that Eve would prove to be one of the weak ones after all, one of the frightened ones, and run and be saved and never need to hear them. Marguerite tried to break it, Agnes said. That's the thing you have to understand about her, the thing that matters now. She didn't just guard the garden and mind the rules and wait her turn to die, the way the others had, all the long line of them, each one keeping her head down and her hymns loud, and hoping to pass the burden on to her daughter, and be spared as long as she could. Marguerite wasn't made that way. Marguerite was angry. 60 years I knew her, and under all that hard, dry quiet she was angry as fire, angry at the thing, angry at what it had done to her mother and her mother's mother, and, though I didn't know it till these last years, her own sister and the sister's child, lost out in the world somewhere. She didn't want to endure it. She wanted to end it, to kill it, if a thing like that can be killed, to break it, to free them, all of them, every voice it had ever taken into those roses. And she spent her whole long life at it. All those books up in her room, all those charts, that wasn't a frightened woman hiding. That was a general studying the enemy. 60 years. And did she? Eve asked. Her voice was a cracked whisper. Did she find a way? She found one thing, Agnes said slowly. One thing that might, she thought, be a way, only one, in 60 years of looking. And it was a thing she couldn't do herself. And it was a thing so terrible she could barely make herself write it down. And I only know it because near the end, when her heart was failing and she was afraid she'd die before she got the chance to say it to the one it was meant for, she made me sit and listen while she told it to me over and over till I had it by heart, so that if Agnes's voice wavered and steadied, so that if she died before you came and you came after, someone living would still be able to tell you. She made me promise. God help me. I've half a mind to break the promise even now, sitting here looking at the state of you. But I gave my word to a dying woman, and you've a right to know it, and it's your choice and not mine. So here it is. She wrapped her hands around her cup and looked into it and spoke. The garden holds them by their voices. You know that now. The part of them that's given at the door, or taken at the end, sung down into the roses. That's the thread it holds each one by. Marguerite came to believe, from the old account, from the 1 or 2 times over the centuries someone nearly did it and left a record, that the whole thing hangs together like a braid, every voice woven into every other, and that a braid can be undone if you can only get hold of the right end and pull. And she believed the right end, the one loose thread that could unravel the whole, was this: a Thorne woman going into the garden of her own free will, not lured, not tricked, not drawn and grieving and desperate and half-mad in the night, the way they all went, the way you nearly went, but clear-eyed, awake, knowing exactly what the place is and exactly what it did and exactly what it wants, walking and willing, with her eyes open, and then, at the very center of it, in the heart of the roses, with every voice she loved singing to her to stay, refusing, saying no, refusing to give her voice, refusing to add herself to the braid, standing in the one place the garden is strongest, and saying no, I will not stay, I will not sing, you will not have me, and you will not keep the others either, I am taking them back. And that would break it, Eve said. Marguerite thought it might. A willing thorn, refusing at the center. The willing gift is the thing it feeds on. So a willing refusal, right at the heart, might be the one thing that chokes it. The braid comes undone. Every voice freed at once. All of them let go. Your mother and Marguerite's mother and all the gray-eyed women back 400 years, all released, all let finally rest. Agnes's knuckles were white around the cup. But, Eve said, but no one has ever done it, Agnes said, because no one has ever come back out, and Marguerite thought it more than likely no one ever could. Think what it means, girl. To do it, you have to go into the very center of the thing that has wanted you your whole life. That's wearing your dead mother's voice. That's offering you every single thing you ever grieved for and went without. And you have to stand there in the middle of all that love and all that truth and all those open arms. Everything you ever want to laid out in front of you and yours for taking, and you have to say no. Not once. Over and over. For as long as it takes. While it begs you and loves you and reasons with you and tells you nothing but the truth. And Marguerite didn't believe it could be done by someone going in to break the thing. Not out of anger, not out of hate, not to win. She'd tried that in her own heart 1,000 times and knew her own anger wasn't enough. The moment she was inside, she said, the anger would turn to longing. It always did. No, she came to believe it could only be done, if it could be done at all, by someone who went in for love. Someone who loved one of the trapped ones more than she wanted her own peace or her own life. Someone who walked into that garden not to escape being no one, not to be given her name and her history and her mother's arms, but to bring somebody out, to go in and find the one she loved, and turn her back on everything the garden offered, and carry that one soul home. The kitchen was very quiet. Outside, in the thin gray October light, the wind moved over the moor, and the roses waited behind their walls. Eve sat wrapped in the blanket with the cooling tea before her, and looked at Agnes, and Agnes looked back at her with her shrewd old eyes gone soft and frightened and full. She meant you, Eve said. It was not a question. didn't she? All of it. She didn't spend 30 years finding me to warn me off. Or, not only that, the warning was real, Agnes said. Don't doubt that. Every word she wrote you telling you to run, to keep out, to guard yourself. She meant it. She meant it with her whole heart, because she loved you and it will most likely kill you, and she couldn't bear it. That was her being kind. That was her giving you the chance she never had. The chance to just walk away, keep your safe life, let the whole cursing pass the crown and fall to ruin, and take 100 years to catch some other poor soul. She wanted that for you. She wanted you to run and be safe more than she wanted anything. Agnes drew a long breath, but underneath the wanting you safe, there was the hoping. She couldn't help it. 30 years she looked for you, and I think somewhere in her heart it wasn't only to save you. It was because you were the last of them, the only one left, the only Thorne who might be strong enough and loving enough to go in and do what none of them could ever do, to bring your mother out, to free them all. She hoped it, and she hated herself for hoping it, because hoping it meant hoping you'd walk into the thing that would most likely destroy you. And so she never asked. She couldn't. She left you the choice and the truth in the way of it, through me, and she left you the warning louder than all the rest. And then she died without ever asking you for things she'd spent 30 years hoping you might give, because she loved you. Both things. She loved you enough to hope, and she loved you enough not to ask. Agnes reached across the table and took Eve's cold hand in both of her old warm ones. So now you know the whole of it, she said. Everything she knew, everything she hoped, everything she was afraid of, and God forgive me for telling you, because I can see already what it's doing to you. I can see it going in the way it went into her. You've the Thorne look, right enough. That same look she got, at the end, when she decided a thing, and there was no moving her. You're going to want to do it. And I can't tell you not to, and I can't tell you to. And it's the loneliest choice there ever was. And it's yours, and it's coming, because winter's coming. And something tells me it's in the winter that this will have to be decided, one way or the other, for good and all. Chapter 19. The Last Visit. Daniel came for the last time on a raw gray afternoon in the first week of October, and Eve knew, almost from the moment he stepped through the door, that something had changed in him. He was not himself. The open, easy, unfrightened quality that had been the whole comfort of him, the thing that had made his visits a window thrown open in a shut house, was gone or going. He was pale, and there were shadows under his eyes, and he had a distracted, listening look that he recognized with a cold sinking of the heart, because she had seen in her own face in the mirror that inward cocked-head attitude of a person half attending to something no one else can hear. He had been staying down in the village these past weeks to be nearer his work, lodging at the shut public house that had reopened a room or two for him, and the village, he admitted, had not been sleeping well, and neither had he. "It's the wind up here," he said, and gave a short laugh that did not reach his eyes. "Does the strangest things at night. You must have noticed. It gets into the... It almost sounds like..." He stopped. He rubbed his face. "I'm not sleeping. That's all it is. I've been working too hard and sleeping too little in a very atmospheric place. And it's catching up with me, rather." "Daniel," Eve said carefully, watching him, "what do you hear? At night?" And he looked at her, and for a moment the scholar's armor dropped entirely. And what looked out at her from behind it was simply a frightened young man a long way from home who had begun to suspect that his tidy, rational theories did not, after all, cover the case. "Singing," he said very low, as though the word were dangerous. "I hear singing. A woman. At night. From up here. From the garden. I know that's not possible. I know the garden's empty and the house is a mile off and sound doesn't care like that. I know all of it. But I hear it, Eve. I hear a woman singing the same tune over and over, and it's..." His voice cracked. "It's the loveliest thing I've ever heard. That's the part one can't. It's so beautiful I lie awake wanting to hear it. I go to the window looking for it. I've caught myself half dressed at 2 a.m. about to walk up here to hear it better. And I can't explain why that frightens me so much that I very nearly..." Listen to me. Eve had crossed the room and taken him by the arms before she knew she had moved, gripping him hard, her face close to his, and everything in her was cold and clear and certain now, all the careful summer pretense burned away by fear for him. Listen, you have to leave. Today. Now. This afternoon on the last bus if there is one. And if there isn't, you walk to the next village, and you don't stop. You go south and you go home, and you do not come back here. Not for your doctorate, not for anything, not ever. Do you understand me? He stared at her. Eve! It's just, you don't believe the stories. Surely you've all. I believe them completely, she said. Every word. And I've been letting you sit here all summer telling me they're just stories because I was lonely and I wanted your company, and I told myself it couldn't reach you, that you weren't family, weren't blood, that it only wanted its own. But it's calling you now, isn't it? It's singing to you. And I don't know why. Maybe because you came too close. Maybe because it doesn't like a sane voice in my kitchen talking me out of my fear. Maybe just because you're here and lonely and it can... But it's reaching for you, Daniel, and you have to get out of its reach tonight because you have nothing to hold on to. You don't even believe it's real. That makes you the easiest thing in the world for it to take. Please, please, I have buried enough of my family in that garden without burying a friend as well. Something in her face or her voice or the fierce grip of her hands. Reach him at last. Reach past the scholar and the skeptic to the frightened animal underneath that had been hearing the singing and wanted to walk toward it, and knew, in the way the body knows, that it was in danger. He went that afternoon. She walked him all the way up the drive to the road herself, and stood with him until the bus came grinding up out of the valley in the failing light, and did not leave him for a moment, and talked steadily the whole time of ordinary things, London, his family, the thesis he would write far away from here, anything to keep his mind turned outward and his feet pointed south. And when the bus came, she put him on it and pressed his hand, and said, "Write to me from the south. Tell me you got home." And he did, in the end, write a short, shaken letter weeks later from his safe southern city, say he did not fully understand what had come over him up there, and had decided to change his research to another region entirely, somewhere with cheerier folklore, and that he hoped she was well, and that she should, if he might say so, think seriously about leaving the house herself. Eve read the letter by the fire in the shortening days, and was glad past telling that he was safe, and did not answer the part about leaving, because by then she had already begun to understand that she would not. But that was later, that gray October evening. Walking back down the drive alone after the bus had carried Daniel away, Eve felt the last window in the house swing shut behind her. The one sane voice was gone. The one ordinary human warmth. The one person who came and went freely and might have carried her out with him into the daylit world. Gone. Sent away by her own hand, because the only way to save him had been to send him beyond her own reach as well. She was alone again, more alone than before, because now she knew what the company had been worth. And the garden, she understood, had gained by the whole summer's friendship after all. Not by taking Daniel, but by showing her, through him, that no one from the outside could stand beside her in this, that it would reach for anyone she let close, that whatever she did, in the end, she would have to do alone, because the price of letting anyone near enough to help was putting them, too, within the reach of the roses. She went into the house and shut the door and lit the lamp against the early dark. And for the first time since she had come, she did not feel afraid of the loneliness. She felt, instead, that she had better get used to it, that it was, from here to the end, going to be the condition of everything. Chapter 20. Agnes at the Blue Door. It was deep in the autumn, after Daniel had gone and before the worst of the winter came down. That Eve walked to the village one last gray afternoon, and sat last in Agnes's kitchen behind the blue door, and heard the old woman's own story, the thing that had bound Agnes to Blackthorn House for 15 years, and the thing she had never once, in all their months of talk on the step, offered to tell. Eve had gone down meaning to ask about the winter, about what to expect, about how Marguerite had lived through the black months alone. But Agnes had taken one look at her face in the doorway, and stood aside, without a word to let her in, and made the tea and set it down, and then sat heavily across the scrub table and said, "You'll be wondering why I do it, why I go up there at all. A sensible woman my age, walking a mile and more up that drive with the bread, week after week, year after year, when the whole village thinks I'm half mad for it, and the other half thinks I'm worse." She wrapped her hands around her cup. "I'll tell you why. It's time you knew, and there's no one left it can hurt. I had a sister," Agnes said, "Margaret, older than me by 2 years. And when we were girls, this would be 60 years ago and more now, Margaret went into service up at Blackthorn House. To Marguerite's mother, that would have been old Mrs. Thorne, when Marguerite herself was still a young woman. It was good work, or it seemed so. The Thornes paid fair, and it was little enough work to be had up here. My mother was glad of it. And Margaret liked it up there. That was the thing none of us understood at the time. She liked it. She'd come home on her half-days full of the place, the garden, the roses, how beautiful it was, how peaceful, how she felt she belonged there somehow, more than she ever felt she belonged at home. And my mother thought it was just a girl taken with a grand house. But I remember, I was only small mind, I remember how she'd go quiet sometimes, Margaret, and get a listening look, and hum a tune none of us knew, a pretty sad tune. I never learned where she had it. Eve's hands had gone cold around her cup. She said nothing. She did not need to. She wasn't a thorn, Agnes went on, low. That's what we all thought kept her safe. She was only to help, village blood, nothing to do with the family or the garden or whatever it was that took the Thorne women. So no one worried. No one thought to warn her or to bring her home. And then one night in the summer she didn't come back from her half-day, and they searched, the way they always searched, the whole village out on the moor with lanterns, and they never found her, never found a trace. My sister Margaret, that wasn't a Thorne at all. That was only a village girl who liked a pretty garden. Gone, the same as any of them, one more never found. Agnes's voice was quite steady, worn smooth by 60 years. So you see, girl, I know a thing the old stories don't tell. It doesn't only want its own blood. It mostly does, it's the Thorne women it calls by name. It's their own it truly hungers for. But if you're near enough and lonely enough, and you love the place enough, and it's minded to, blood's not the whole of it. It took my Margaret, and she'd not a drop of thorn in her. That's why I go up. Marguerite understood. She was the one Thorne in 400 years who ever said sorry to me for what her family's garden did to mine. And I go up because someone from a village ought to keep an eye, ought to bring the bread and mark that whoever's up there is still living, because no one did that for my Margaret, and I've never forgiven us for it, the whole village, that we let a girl live up there in reach of that thing and never once thought to bring her home. The two women sat a while in the small, warm kitchen with the gray afternoon going down outside and the tea cooling between them, and Eve understood at last the whole what Agnes had been to her all these months. Not a superstitious old countrywoman dispensing folk warnings, but a woman who had lost her own sister to the garden 60 years ago and had spent the rest of her life doing the one thing she could, which was to climb the drive with the bread and refuse to let another woman vanish up there unwitnessed and alone. "I'm sorry," Eve said, and meant it with her whole heart. "About Margaret, I'm so sorry." Agnes said, "Well," she looked at Eve across the table, her old eyes shrewd and sad and very kind. "You know what I'm going to say, don't you? Same as I've said all along, only now you know why I mean it so hard. Come away. Leave it. Let the crown have the cursed place, and let it fall to ruin, and let it take 100 years to catch the next poor soul. You've no one up there to save. They're all long past saving, your mother and mine and all of them, 60 years and 30 years and 400 years gone. There's nothing to be done for the taking. There's only the not being taken yourself. So come away." She reached across and gripped Eve's hand. "That's what I beg of you, if begging did any good. But I can see it doesn't. You've the look. You think there's something to be done for the taking after all. And God help me, girl. Sitting here 60 years too late for my own sister. Part of me hopes you're right, even knowing what it'll likely cost you. That's the wickedest thing about that garden. It even makes an old woman hope her way into helping it kill the last of them. Chapter 21. The Dying of the Garden. Winter came down on the moor like a lid closing. It came early that year and hard. The first snow in the second week of November, a week of it, and then a hard black frost that gripped the ground and did not let go. The moor went white and then went colorless, a country of iron and bone under a sky the low dead gray of ash. The days shrank to a few grudging hours of thin light at the middle, and the night swelled up huge and black around them, and the wind, when it came straight down off the fell with nothing to break it, and moaned in the chimneys of Blackthorn House, and found every gap in the old windows, and laid its cold hand on the back of Eve's neck wherever she sat. She had never known cold like it. She had never known dark like it. She burned the wood Agnes's nephew brought down and hauled to the door, and she wore every garment she owned at once, and still the cold got into her bones and stayed there, and she understood why the Thorne women's faces in the photographs all had that inward, enduring look. You did not live in this country. You survived it one winter at a time, and the garden died. That was the thing Eve had not expected, and it unsettled her more than she could account for. All through the killing frost, all through the first snows, she had braced herself in the garden to go on being green and impossible in the midst of the white death of everything, to flaunt its unnatural life the way the old records said it did. Roses blooming in the snow, the one green thing in a dead world. But it did not. As November hardened into December, the green walls went brown and then gray and then black. The lush, impossible growth that had spilled over the tops of the walls all summer withered and blackened and fell, and through the bare stripped canes Eve could see, for the first time since she had come, the actual line of the wall tops, hard and clear against the dead sky. The scent of roses, which had drowned the whole moor in summer and lingered even through the autumn, thinned and faded, and then one still black morning was simply gone, and the absence of it was so total, after months of that sweetness in her every breath, that Eve stood in the dead kitchen and pressed her hand to her chest, feeling almost bereaved, feeling almost, God help her, lonely for it. And the voices stopped. That was the strangest and most frightening thing of all, and it took her days to understand why it frightened her, when by every measure it should have brought only relief. The murmur that had risen every still night since her third night in the house, the low blended chorus, the single clear words, the lullaby, her mother's voice, all of it, as the garden blackened and died, fell silent. The nights, that had been so full for so long, emptied out. She lay in the huge black winter dark and heard nothing, nothing at all, only the wind and the settling of the old house in her own heart, and she should have been glad. She should have slept at last the deep, untroubled sleep of a woman no longer sung to in the dark, and instead she lay awake, straining into the silence, and could not rest, because the silence was worse. The silence was so much worse. She had not known, until the voices stopped, how much she had come to live by them, how the lullaby had become the tide her nights ran on, how her mother's voice, false and true, cruel and loving, had become the thing she waited for, the company she kept, the proof each night that she was not, after all, entirely alone in the dead heart of the moor. And now it was gone, and the garden was black and dead beyond the window, and Eve lay in the silence and grieved for the voice of the thing that was trying to kill her, and understood dimly that this too was part of it, that the silence was not the garden sleeping, that the silence was a kind of waiting she had not learned to read yet, that a thing which had sung to her patiently for 8 months and then gone utterly quiet had not lost interest. It had only changed, with the turning year, into a colder and a deeper and a far more dangerous mood. "It's worse than winter," Agnes said. She had come down to the snow on one of the rare still days, muffled to the eyes, to bring what she could in to see. She admitted that Eve was still alive, for she worried now in the winter more than she had. She had known too many bad things to happen at Blackthorn House in the dead of the year. She stood on the step, as always, stamping the snow from her boots, her breath smoking. "I know it doesn't seem it. It seems dead out there, harmless, all that black stick and bare ground. You'd think the thing had died in the frost like any ordinary garden, and good riddance. That's what it wants you to think. But you mark me, girl. Marguerite always said the same, and her mother before her. The garden's never so dangerous as when it looks dead. In spring it whispers, and in summer it sings, and in autumn it tells the truth, and all that's bad, all of that's it working on you. But it's in the winter, when it goes quiet and black and looks like nothing at all, that it does its real work. Because that's when it stops trying to draw you and starts trying to break you. The silence is the teeth of it. Don't you go trusting the quiet. The quiet's the worst of all. What does it do? Eve asked. In the winter, if it doesn't sing? Agnes was quiet a moment, looking out past Eve at the black walls under the low gray sky. It waits, she said at last, and it lets you feel how alone you are. That's the whole of it, near enough, and it's enough. All summer it fills you up with its singing and its promises and its sweetness, till you can't hardly remember what quiet feels like. And then, in the winter, it takes all that away, all at once, the voices, the scent, the company, and it leaves you alone in the dark and the cold with nothing at all, no living soul for miles and no voice in the night, and the shortest days and the longest nights of all the year. And it lets the loneliness do its work, till you're so starved for it, for the singing, for the company, for the one thing that ever made you feel less alone up here, that when at last it does speak again, when it breaks the silence, you'll go to it, not because it drew you, because you couldn't bear the quiet another night. That's how it takes them in the winter, the strong ones who wouldn't go in the summer. It doesn't pull them in. It makes the outside so cold and so empty and so silent that they run in out of the dark to get warm. Chapter 22. The Longest Night. December deepened, and the dark came earlier and stayed later, and Eve felt the truth of everything Agnes had said settle over her like the snow settling over the moor, silent, patient, burying. She was alone as she had never been alone in her life. Agnes could not always get down now in the deep snow. A week might pass, 10 days, with no living face, no human voice but her own. The telephone in the hall was an old thing, and the line went down with the first bad storm and did not come back. Her London life felt like something she had dreamed or read about, a warm, bright, crowded place on the far side of the gulf she could no longer quite believe she had ever crossed. She woke in the black mornings, and there was no reason to rise. She moved through the few gray hours of light doing the small tasks that kept her alive, the wood, the water, the little food. And then the dark came down again at 3:30 in the afternoon, and a long night began, 16 hours of it, 17, and she sat by the fire in a ring of lamplight with the whole vast frozen dark pressing in at the windows and the silence ringing in her ears. And she was so alone that she began, some nights, to talk aloud simply to hear her voice, and the sound of her own voice in the empty house frightened her, and she stopped. And she began to want the garden to sing. She caught herself at it, and was horrified and could not stop. She would sit in the silence and find herself straining toward the window, toward the black dead walls, listening, hoping, for the first thin thread of the lullaby, the very thing she had spent 8 months resisting, the voice she had fled from at the green door, the sweetness she had drowned out with her own cracked singing. She wanted it back. In the killing silence of the winter dark, she wanted her mother's voice back so badly that she would have gone out into the snow to hear it. And she understood, catching herself yet again with her head turned toward the black window, listening, that this was exactly what Agnes had warned her of, exactly the trap of the winter. The garden had not gone silent to release her. It had gone silent to teach her, in her own body, in her own starved and lonely heart, how much she needed it. It was not drawing her any longer. It was letting the dark and the cold and the silence and the endless killing loneliness draw her for it, so that when at last it chose to break the silence, she would not resist the singing. She would run to it, weeping with gratitude, out of the unbearable quiet. The longest night of the year came near the end of December, the winter solstice, the black bottom of the turning world, when the sun crawled up for a few gray hours at the very rim of the moor and then sank again, and the dark came down that would not lift for the better part of a whole day. Eve had been dreading it without quite knowing why, marking it on Marguerite's calendar as it approached, And when it came, she understood her dread, because the old record had known this night too. She had found it reading in more than one of the frightened marginal hands. That of all the nights of the year, it was on the longest night that the garden most often took its own, that the solstice dark was when the wall between the living and the roses wore thinnest, that a Thorne woman who was going to be lost was, more often than not, lost on this one night, the black heart of the winter, when the dark was longest and the loneliness deepest, and the year itself seemed to hang dead and waiting at its lowest ebb. And on the longest night, in the small dead hours after Eve had sat sleepless by the dying fire for longer than she could measure with the great dark pressing at every window, the garden broke its silence and began very softly after 6 weeks of nothing to sing. It was a lullaby. Of course it was a lullaby. It came thin and sweet and unbearably welcome across the frozen dark. Her mother's voice, the voice she'd been starving for through 6 weeks of killing silence. And Eve came up out of the chair before the fire with a sound that was half a sob, her whole starved, lonely heart leaping toward it. And she was 3 steps toward the door, toward the singing, toward the end of the silence and the cold and the loneliness, before Agnes's warning caught her, and Marguerite's and her mother's, and she stopped, swaying, in the middle of the dark room, and understood that this was it. This was the night. This was the trap the whole winter had been building toward. 6 weeks of silence and cold and loneliness, all of it laid down like kindling, so that when the voice came again on the longest night, she would be too starved and too broken, and too alone to do anything but run to it. It had not drawn her all winter. It had emptied her all winter, so that she would draw herself tonight at the bottom of the year. And the terrible thing, the thing she could barely stand and know about herself, was that it had nearly worked. It had so nearly worked. She stood shaking in the dark with a lullaby pouring sweet through the frozen night, and knew that another week of that silence, another few nights of that unbearable loneliness, and there would have been nothing left in her to stop with. She would have gone. She would have walked out into the snow toward her mother's voice and to the green door, and been one more gray rose in the black dead garden by morning, and been glad, been grateful at the end, only glad to be no longer alone. The garden had found the true bottom of her, past the longing for her mother, past the hunger for her name and her history, down to the plain animal terror of the dark and the cold and the endless solitude, and had very nearly pried her open with it. She sat down on the cold floor in the middle of the room, away from the door, away from the window, and she wrapped her arms around herself and she sang her cracked, stupid, bright songs, one after another, all through the longest night, hour after hour, until her voice gave out and came back and gave out again, sang over the lullaby, sang over the silence when the lullaby stopped, sang over the loneliness and the cold and the dark, sang until at long last, the gray solstice dawn, crawled up over the rim of the moor, and the longest night was over, and she had not gone out, and she was still alive, and still herself, and had learned the last and worst thing the garden had to teach her, that it could reach past everything she loved and everything she wanted, all the way down to what she feared, and very nearly take her with that alone. Chapter 23. What Eve Decided. After the longest night, something in Eve settled and went quiet and hard. She had survived the worst the garden could do. She understood that now, in the gray, lengthening days after the solstice, as the year turned at last toward the light and the dark began, minute by minute, day by day, to give ground. She had faced the sweetness of the spring, and the singing of the summer, and the truth of the autumn, and the silence and the killing loneliness of the winter's longest night. And she had held, barely, at times by nothing more than her own cracked voice and her fingernails, but she had held. She was still on this side of the wall. And a woman who has survived the worst a thing can do to her is a changed woman, because she is no longer afraid in the same way. She has been at the bottom of the fear and found that she can, after all, stand on it. Eve was not the woman who had come north in the spring. The careful, solitary bookmender who told herself she had made peace with the shape of her life. That woman had been unmade, over the turning year, by grief and truth and terror and the garden's patient love. What was left in the hard gray days after the solstice was something colder and clearer and stronger, and had begun, quietly, to think about the thing Agnes had told her in the autumn, the one thing Marguerite had found in 60 years, the one loose thread, the willing refusal at the heart, about going in. She turned it over and over in the lengthening light, the way she would turn a damaged book in her hands before she began to work on it, learning its structure, finding where it was broken and where it might be mended. And she found, examining herself with the same cold honesty, that she was no longer thinking of it as Marguerite had feared she would. Out of longing, out of the hunger to be given her name in her mother's arms, out of the wish to stop being alone. The winter had burned that out of her. She had wanted those things so badly on the longest night that she had nearly died of the wanting. And having survived it, she found the wanting had lost its power over her. She had seen it too clearly for what it was, seen the hook inside every gift, and she could not now be caught by it. If she went into the garden, it would not be to get anything. That was the change. It would not be to be given her name, or her history, or her mother. It would be to give something, to do something, to go in for the one reason Marguerite had believed might be strong enough to break the thing, not to escape being no one, but to bring someone home, because her mother was in there. That was a fixed point around which everything in Eve now turned. Not a false voice, not only bait. The journal had been clear, and Eve believed it now with her whole heart. The love was real. Her mother's real voice, her mother's real love, the real soul of the woman who had stood before the green door with her frightened love and then given up everything she was to buy her daughter free. That was in the garden, had been in the garden for 30 years, sung down into the roses, held, used, unable to rest. Her mother had saved her once, at the cost of her own soul. And her mother could not save herself. None of them could. That was the whole horror of the place, that the trapped ones could not free themselves, could only sing and wait and lure the next one in. Only someone from outside could do it. Only someone who loved one of them enough to walk in willing, and refuse everything, and carry that one soul out. Marguerite had spent 30 years finding the one person in the world who might love one of the trapped ones enough to do it, and that person was Eve. And the trapped one was her mother, and there was no one else. There had never been anyone else. It had always, from the very beginning, from the night she was carried out into the dark, been going to come to this. She went up to Marguerite's room, in the gray light of a January afternoon, and sat in the dead woman's chair, and read the green leather journal through one last time from beginning to end, all of it, every warning and every hope and every scrap of hard-won knowledge. And when she had finished, she sat a long while in the cold and the failing light. And then she said aloud, to the room, to the house, to the woman who had searched for her 30 years, and loved her enough to hope, and loved her enough not to ask, "All right, I'll do it. I'll go in." The house was silent around her, but it was a different silence than the winter's silence had been. Not the empty, killing silence of the solstice, but something almost like a held breath, something almost like a tension, as though the old house and the dead woman in the ground and the long line of gray-eyed women on the parlor wall had all, at that quiet word, leaned closer to listen. Eve did not feel afraid, saying it, and that surprised her. She felt, instead, a strange great calm, the calm of the thing long dreaded and at last decided, the calm of the book-mender who has finally understood the broken thing in her hands and knows, now, exactly what she must do to mend it, however delicate, however dangerous the mending. She would not go yet. She was not a fool, and she had not survived a year by being reckless. She would prepare, as well as anyone could prepare for such a thing, and she would choose her time, not on one of the garden's own strong nights, not in the dark, not when it was strongest, not on its terms. She would go, she decided, in the early spring, at the very turning of the year, when the garden was waking but not yet strong, when it was climbing up out of its black winter death into first green whisper of the new season, and was, perhaps for a little while, at its weakest and most off balance. She would go by daylight, clear-eyed, awake, prepared. She would go in on her own terms of her own free will, exactly as Marguerite had said it must be done. Not lured, not tricked, not starved into in the dark, but choosing it in the light, with her eyes open and her purpose fixed. And she would go in not to stay, and not to be given anything, and not to stop being alone. She would go in to find her mother, and to refuse the garden to its face, and to bring her mother home, or to be lost with her, one more gray rose against the wall, if it came to that. Either way, one way or the other, after 400 years, it would end with her. She was the last of them. It would end with her in the spring, at the turning of the year, when the roses began again to remember. Chapter 24. The First Green. The year turned, as years do, even in that hard country, even for that dead black garden. And slowly, grudgingly, the light came back. Eve marked its return the way a prisoner marks the days, by small signs. The dawn came a little earlier each morning, the dark a little later each afternoon, until one day near the end of February she realized she had eaten her midday meal in real daylight, honest daylight, and had not needed the lamp. The killing frost broke. The snow drew back off the moor in patches, uncovering the drowned brown heather, and then a warmer wind came up from the south, the first in months, and Eve stood in the doorway and breathed it and wept a little, without quite knowing why, except that she had begun in the black of the winter doubt that warmth existed anywhere in the world. And here it was, come back, proof that the year was a wheel and not a pit, that even the longest dark had a bottom, and turned again toward the light. And in the walled garden, the first green came. She saw it first from Marguerite's window, where she had taken to standing in the mornings, looking down at the black dead tangle within the walls the way you might keep watch on a sleeping enemy. For months there had been nothing there but black stick and bare wet ground. And then one gray morning in early March there was a flush of green low along the base of the walls, the faintest wash of it, a green so pale and knew it was almost yellow, the first leaves breaking from the old canes. The garden was waking. It was climbing up out of its winter death, slowly, still weak, still half in the grip of the cold. And Eve stood at the window and looked down at that first pale green and knew that the hour she had chosen was coming. Not yet. It was still too cold, the green still too faint. The garden was barely stirring. But soon, in a few weeks, when the green had strengthened but before the roses came, before the singing came back to its summer power, in that narrow window when the garden was awake enough to be present, but not yet strong enough to be at its full terrible strength, that was when she would go in. She could feel the time approaching the way you feel a held note approaching its resolution. Everything in her had gone quiet and ready. She used the weeks to prepare, insofar as a person could prepare for such a thing. She read the journal again and the old accounts, marking every scrap that spoke of the garden center, of what lay at the heart of the roses, of the few who had gone in and the fewer who had left any record. She was a restorer. She approached it as she would approach the most delicate and dangerous restoration of her life, learning the structure of the broken thing, planning each step before she made it. She would go in daylight. She would go clear-headed, having slept and eaten, not starved and desperate in the dark on the garden's own terms. She would fix her purpose in her mind before she crossed the threshold and hold to it like a rope. I am not here to stay. I am not here to be given anything. I am here to find my mother and to refuse and to bring her out. She would say it, if she had to, aloud, over and over, the way she had sung over the lullaby, her purpose as her song, louder than the roses. Agnes came down as the snow cleared and saw it in her at once. She stood on the step in the thin March light and looked at Eve's face for a long moment, and her own face crumpled briefly and set. "You've decided," she said. "I can see it. You're going in." "Yes," Eve said. Agnes did not argue. That was the thing that told Eve, more than anything, how far past argument they had come. The old woman who had begged her all year to run did not beg her now. She only looked at her, with her shrewd pale eyes gone wet, and after a while she nodded, slowly, once. "Then I'll not try to stop you," she said. "I thought I would. I've been coming down here all week, thinking I'd fall on my knees on this step and beg you out of it. But I look at you and I see it's no good. You've the same look Marguerite had, and there was never any move in her either once she'd set her jaw. So I'll not waste my breath or your time." She reached into her basket and brought out something wrapped in cloth and pressed it into Eve's hands. It was heavy and cold. Eve unwrapped it. A small, worn, silver crucifix on a chain. Old, the figure rubbed almost smooth with generations of thumbs. It was Marguerite's, Agnes said, and her mother's. I don't know that it does anything. Mind, I don't know that anything does anything. In there. But she wore it all her life. And she lived to 80, and she gave it to me at the end, and said if ever a girl came and if ever her girl decided to go in, I was to give it her. So, there, now I have. Her voice broke. You come out. Do you hear me? Whatever else. You go in, and you get your mother if you can, but you come out either way. You dare stay in there. I've buried enough Thorne women. You come back out that green door, and you come down to my blue one, and I'll have the kettle on. Promise me. I'll try, Eve said. It was the only promise she could honestly make, and Agnes knew it, and took it, and gripped her hand hard across the threshold she would not cross, and then went away up the drive in the thin spring light without looking back, because Eve understood she could not bear to. Chapter 25. Through the Green Door. She went in on a still gray morning in the third week of March, a little after dawn, with a pale new green just breaking along the walls, and the air cold and wet and hushed, and no wind anywhere on the whole moor. She had slept the night before, made herself sleep deep and long. She had eaten. She had dressed warmly and plainly, and hung Marguerite's worn crucifix around her neck, and put the photograph of her mother in the breast pocket of her coat, over her heart, where she could touch it. And she had said her purpose aloud, standing in the kitchen in the gray dawn, 3 times, fixing it. I'm going in to find my mother, and to refuse the garden, and to bring her out. I am not going in to stay. I am not going in to be given anything. Whatever it offers me, whatever it tells me, whatever voice it uses, I am going to refuse, and to bring my mother home. Then she walked out across the wet gray grounds to the green door, and stood before it one last time, and lifted the cold black latch, and opened it, and gone in. The garden took her breath the moment she crossed the threshold, and for a long moment she could only stand just inside the door and look. It was larger within than the walls suggested. Far larger, impossibly larger, so that the red brick square that seemed a modest enclosure from without opened, within, into an expanse she could not find the far edge of a green country all its own that went on into a soft gray mist where the far wall ought to have been. And it was not, whatever the winter had shown, dead. Here within the walls the winter had never fully come. The black death she had watched from the window was. She understood now. Only the outermost skin of the thing, the part that showed. Within, the garden was waking green and thick and ancient, roses everywhere, on every side, climbing and massing and arching overhead, not yet in their summer bloom, but budded, swelling. The canes putting out that pale new green, the whole vast space breathing with slow green patience, waiting on the very edge of blossom. And it was aware of her. She felt that once, felt the whole garden turn its attention to her the way a room full of sleeping people wakes when the door opens, felt herself known and marked, and there was no other word. Welcomed home, with a gladness so vast and so warm and so total that her eyes filled, and she had to grip the crucifix at her throat and say her purpose over in her mind to keep her feet. I've come, she said aloud, and her voice fell strange and soft in that green hush. But not to stay. Do you hear me? I've come for my mother. And the garden answered her, not in words at first, but in scent and movement, in the slow turning of 10,000 budded roses toward her, and then, rising from everywhere and nowhere, sweet beyond anything the summer had ever given her, the voices, all of them, the whole blended, loving chorus, closer now than it had ever been, all around her, within the walls with her at last, no brick or door or distance between her and it any longer, and threaded through it, lifting clear, her mother's voice, singing the lullaby, singing her true name, singing the little foolish baby name, singing welcome, welcome, welcome home. And it was so sweet and so glad and so entirely loving that Eve stood just inside the green door and wept and did not go forward, and did not go back, and gripped the worn silver cross until its edges bit her palm, and understood that the hardest thing she had ever done or would ever do was not behind her, but directly ahead, in there, in the green, wherever her mother's voice was calling from, and that she was going to have to walk into the very heart of that sweetness, that love, that welcome, and stand in the middle of it and say no. Chapter 26. The Heart of the Roses. She walked into the garden toward her mother's voice, and the garden opened before her and closed behind her, and the world she had come from, the gray door, the wet grounds, the house, Agnes's blue door, London, her whole life, fell away and grew unreal, until there was nothing left but the green and the roses and the singing and the voice she followed deeper and deeper in. It was not a journey that could be measured in steps or minutes. She walked, and the green went on, and the mist drew back before her and closed behind, and the voices sang her forward, glad, encouraging, loving, and the roses leaned toward her as she passed as though to brush her with their budded heads. And she said her purpose over and over as she went, under her breath, a spoken rope, not to stay, not to be given anything, to find her and refuse and bring her out, not to stay, not to be given anything, to find her and refuse and bring her out. Some of the roses she saw were further along than others, and here and there one had opened, a single bloom, full and heavy and impossibly perfect, and each one she passed was gray, some shade of thorn gray, and she understood, passing them, that she was walking to her family, through the lost women, 40-some of them, for 100 years of gray-eyed daughters, each one a rose, and that somewhere ahead of her at the heart was the newest but one, the one that had opened 30 years ago, gray shot with smoke of violet, the exact gray of her own eyes, her mother, and then the green opened out, and she came to the heart of the roses, and her mother was there, not a rose, not this time. Her mother stood in the center of a small green clearing at the very heart of the garden, in a fall of soft gray light, exactly as she had stood in the photograph, a young woman of 30, dark-haired, gray-eyed, grave and lovely, wearing the same plain dress, her arms held a little out from her sides, open, waiting. She looked exactly as she had looked in the summer sun, before the green door 30 years ago. She had not aged a day, and it was at the not aging that told Eve the truth even as her heart leapt toward the figure. Her mother had not lived to grow older. Her mother had died by the sea 30 years ago, cold and voiceless, and been 30 years in ground. This was not her mother returned to life. Life was beyond the garden's gift, or anyone's. This was the thing the garden had made from what it took. Her mother's voice, her mother's remembered face, her mother's love, gathered and given shape here at the heart of the roses, an image held and worn, real in everything except the one thing that mattered, which was that it was not, could not be, a living woman to be carried home. And yet it was her, too, her true voice, her true love, held here and unable to rest. And both things were the case at once, and that was the whole cruelty of it. She was looking at Eve with an expression of such pure and overflowing love, such relief, such joy, that Eve stopped at the edge of the clearing, and could not go on, could not breathe, could only stand and look at her mother's face, her real face, and not her mother, and her real face all the same. "There you are," her mother said, and her voice was a lullaby, was the voice from before memory, was the voice Eve had ached for her whole life. "Oh, there you are, my girl, my own girl. I have waited so long. Come here, come to me. Let me look at you, grown so and so beautiful, and here, home, at last. Come here, my love. Come and be held. You've been alone so long, my darling, so long, and it's over now. It's all over. You never have to be alone again. Come to your mother." And she opened her arms. It was the single hardest moment of Eve's life, and she had known, going in, that it would be, and the knowing did not help at all, because it was her mother. Every sense she had told her was her mother. The face in the photograph, alive. The voice from before memory. The love, the real love, pouring off the woman in the gray light like warmth off a fire. Marguerite's journal had told her the love was real, and it was She could feel that was a whole unbearable horror of it. This was not a counterfeit, not a mask, not the garden pretending. This was her mother's real face and her mother's real voice and her mother's real love, all of it true, all of it genuine, all of it held out to her with open arms. And it was also the garden, wearing them, using them, and to walk into those open arms was to stay forever, and to set her mother's whole sacrifice at nothing, and to be one more gray rose by morning. The truest thing and the deadliest thing. And they were the same thing, and they were standing in front of her with open arms, calling her home. Eve's whole body strained toward her mother. She took one step into the clearing before she could stop herself, and then, shaking, gripping the crucifix, pressing her other hand flat against a photograph over her heart, she stopped. "Mother," she said, and her voice broke in a word. The word she had never once in her life had someone to say it to. "Mother, I know you. I know it's you. I know the love is real. I do know that. I believe it. Marguerite told me, and I believe it. This is really you, and you really love me, and you've really been waiting." She was weeping now, freely, the tears running down and dropping from her jaw. "But I can't come to you. I can't, because you didn't die to have me end up here. You gave up everything, your voice, yourself, your whole life, to get me out of this place, to keep me free of it. And if I walk into your arms now, then all of it, everything you paid, comes to nothing. I won't do that to you. I love you too much to do that to you. I didn't come here to stay with you." She lifted her head and made herself look into her mother's gray eyes, her own eyes. "I came here to take you home." Something moved across her mother's face, grief, longing, and beneath them, just for a flicker, something older and colder, and not her mother at all, the vast, patient, ancient thing that wore her. "Oh, my love," her mother said, and her arms stayed open, and her voice stayed sweet. Only now there was the faintest thread of something else woven into the sweetness, something that pulled. "But there's no taking me home. I am home. This is home. My darling, this is the only home there is for us, for you, for all of us. Don't you feel it? Don't you feel how you belong here? You felt it all year. I know you have. That pull, that rightness, the sense that this is where you're always going. That's not a trap, my love. That's just the truth. That's just you, knowing your own home when you find it at last. Come home. Come and be with me. Stop fighting it, my darling. Stop being so alone and so afraid and so tired. You're so tired. I can see how tired you are. Come home and rest. Come home, be held. Come home and never be alone again. I'm right here. I'm right here, my girl. All you have to do is come." And every word of it was true. That was what Eve had to stand against, there in the heart of the roses. Not lies, but truth, her mother's true love and her own true exhaustion, and the true, real, undeniable pull she felt all year toward this green and waiting place. Every word the thing said in her mother's voice was true, and every word of it was a strand, and it was braiding them, there before her, into the rope, into the noose, one true loving strand at a time. Come home. You belong here. You're so tired. You never have to be alone again. All true, all a rope, and her mother's arms open, and the whole garden singing in the gray light, and the roses leaning in to listen, and Eve standing shaking in the center with her family's worn cross biting into her palm and her mother's photograph over her heart. At the very heart of the roses, at the very center of 400 years, having to find, somehow, from somewhere, the strength to keep saying the one word the garden had never in all that time learned how to bear. Chapter 27. The Refusal. Eve stood at the heart of the roses in the gray light before her mother's open arms, and she began to say no. It was not a single word, cleanly spoken and done. She had imagined, in her preparations, that it might be that she would come to the center and say no firmly once, and the thing would break. She understood now how foolish that had been. The refusal was not a word. It was a siege. It was the hardest and longest labor of her life, performed standing still in a green clearing. And it went on, because the garden did not accept the first no or the 10th or the 100th. It simply kept loving her, kept offering, kept braiding its true and loving strands, and she had to keep cutting them, one after another, for what felt like hours, for what may have been hours, with her mother's face before her, and her mother's voice in her ears, and her whole starved, heart screaming at her to stop, to give in, to walk the 3 steps into those arms and rest. "I'm not staying," she said. "I love you. I'm not staying." "But you're so tired, my darling," her mother said, arms open, eyes full. "You've been fighting so long, all alone, and there's no need anymore. You can put it all down now. Come and put it down. Come and rest." "You're not asking me to rest," Eve said. "You're asking me to stop. Those aren't the same. And I know the love is real. That's the cruelest part, isn't it? That it's real, that you really do love me, that this really is you. But you're not free to want anything else. The garden's wearing your love like a coat. It made you into the one lure I could never say no to, and it's using every true thing about you to pull me in. I know that now. So I'm not going to argue with whether it's true. It's all true. I'm just not going to come." The garden shifted around her and through her mother's face, and tried another way and another. It offered her her name, saying it, her true name, over and over, the name she had ached for. "That's who you are," her mother said. "That's your real name, your own name, and it lives here, it belongs here. And so do you. Out there you're nobody, a plain, safe, hidden name, a borrowed life. In here you're yourself. Don't you want to be yourself at last?" And Eve, weeping, said, "Yes, more than anything. And you're still not having me." It offered her all of them, the whole lineage, the gray-eyed women, an end to being the last and loneliest of a broken line. "You'd have all of us," her mother said. "You'd never be the last of anything again. A whole family, Eve, all your mothers, all together, forever, and you in the middle of us, held." And Eve said, "They're not together. They're caught. You're not holding each other. You're all being held, and I'm going to let you go." And that was the strand that told. Not a refusal of something offered, but a turning of the tables. The moment he stopped only saying, "I will not stay," and began to say the other thing, the thing Marguerite had believed might break it. Not "I refuse you," but "I am taking her back." She reached up and took the worn silver crucifix from around her neck. Not for its holiness. She did not know if it had any, but because it was Marguerite's and her mother's and her grandmother's, because it was the one thing she had that the garden had never owned, for generations of Thorne women's thumbs worn into it, and not one of those women given willingly. And she closed in her fist, and she stepped forward into the clearing, toward her mother, not to be embraced, but to reach her. And she said, clear and cold and loud, the word she had come 400 years to say, "I refuse you. I came in my own free will, and I refuse you my own free will. And I will not sing, and you will not have me, and you will not keep her either. She gave you her voice of my freedom. Well, I never agreed to that bargain, and I unmake it. I'm her daughter, and I say it's unmade. You don't get to keep my mother's love and throw away my mother. I'm taking her home. I'm taking all of them home." And she reached out through her weeping, and she took her mother's open hand, not to be pulled in, but to pull. And she turned toward the green door, toward the world, and she began to walk out, and she did not let go. Chapter 28. The Breaking. The garden broke its sweetness then, all at once, the way ice breaks, and for the first time in 400 years it showed Eve what was under the roses. The gray light went dark. The loving voices rose into something that was not loving at all, a vast, cold, ancient sound, no longer many women singing, but one enormous patient hunger that had been refused and did not understand refusal, that had never in 4 centuries been told no and made to hear it. The roses all around her, open all at once, not into summer beauty, but into something avid mouths, the whole garden turning toward her and leaning in, and the scent went from sweetness to something thick and drowning and rotten sweet, the smell of too many flowers on a closed coffin. And her mother's hand, in hers, began to change, to cool, to stiffen, to pull back toward the center, toward the roses, as the garden fought to keep what Eve was trying to take. The face before her flickered. Her mother, and then not her mother, and then her mother again, the loving gray eyes going for a moment flat and old and bottomlessly hungry, and then flooding back to love, to fear, to a desperate human urgency. Go, her mother said. And this was new. This was different. This was not the garden's lure, but something breaking through it. Something using the one moment of the garden's fury to say a true thing fast. Go, go. Don't let go of me, but go, run. Get us out. Oh, my girl, my brave girl, you actually came, don't stop, don't listen to it. Whatever it says now, it's going to beg and it's going to threaten and none of it. Pull, Eve, pull, I can't pull. I gave the part of me that could, you have to pull for both of us. And Eve understood that this now was her real mother, the true soul of her surfacing through the garden's grip in the chaos of the breaking, freed for a moment by the very violence of the thing's refusal to let go. And she gripped her mother's cooling hand with both of hers, and she pulled, and she ran. She ran back through the garden the way she had come, and the garden fought her the whole way. The green that had opened before her now closed against her, canes whipping across the path, thorns tearing her coat and her hands and her face. The mist thickened to a blinding gray. The voices roared and wheedled and shrieked and sang, by turns loving and monstrous, promising and threatening. Her mother's voice, and then 100 voices, and then the one vast cold voice under them all. It told her she would die here. It told her she was killing her mother by pulling her, tearing her soul apart, that if she truly loved her she would stop, stay, let them be together. It offered her, in one last enormous sweetness, everything, all of it, her name and her mother's and her rest, and her mother whole and undamaged, if only she would stop pulling and stay. And Eve, running, bleeding, weeping, holding her mother's hand in a grip that would not open, said no, and no, and no, and did not stop, and did not let go, and ran for the green door with her family streaming behind her, because they were behind her now, all of them. She felt it as she ran, though she did not dare look back. The pull on her mother's hand was not one soul's weight, but many, a great chain of them, every gray-eyed woman the garden had ever taken, for 100 years of daughters, each one holding the next, all of them streaming up out of the roses and toward the door behind her as she pulled her mother free, and her mother's hand held the next, and that one the next, the whole braid coming undone at last through the one loose thread, which was Eve, which was a daughter who had come in for love and refused to stay, and would not let go. And then the green door was before her, standing open, gray, ordinary daylight beyond it, the wet gray grounds of the real world, and Eve flung herself through it with her mother's hand in hers, and the garden gave one last vast cry, loving and furious and bereft, the cry of a thing that has held for 400 years and feels its grip failing, and Eve fell through the green door out onto the wet grass, into the cold real air, into the world, pulling, still pulling, her eyes shut tight, her mother's hand still gripped in both of hers. And then the hand was gone, not torn away, released, gone the way a held breath is gone when it is finally let out, gone the way a knot is gone when it comes at last undone. Eve lay on the wet grass in the gray morning with her hands closed on nothing, and behind her the garden was silent, truly silent. For the first time since she had come, not the waiting winter silence, but an emptied, finished, exhausted silence, the silence of thing that has spent itself. And she understood, lying there, that she had not brought her mother out into the world as a living woman, that this had never been possible, that her mother had been 30 years dead, and no refusal could undo that. What she had done was let her go. What she had done was break the braid, and unmake the bargain, and free the caught soul of her mother and all the mothers behind her from the roses that had held them, not to life, which was beyond anyone's power, but to rest, which was the only homecoming left to give them. She had come to take her mother home, and she had. And home, it turned out, was not the world and not the garden, but the long-denied piece of being at last, simply and finally let go. Chapter 29. After. Eve lay on the wet grass for a long time, and the gray morning went on being gray and ordinary around her, and slowly she understood that it was over. When at last she rose, aching, her hands and face scored with thorn cuts, her coat torn, and made herself turn and look back at the walled garden. It was the strangest sight of all. It looked like nothing, like an ordinary walled garden in early spring. Bare canes and wet earth in the first pale green, waiting for the year. The impossible saturated green was gone. The sense of presence, of attention, of a held breath, gone. It was just a garden. She walked back to the open green door and looked inside, bracing herself, and there was nothing there but roses, ordinary roses, dormant, budded, a great many of them, climbing the old walls. She made herself count, though she did not fully know why, walking the paths in gray light, and where the old record had sworn there were always exactly as many roses as there were lost thorn women, no more and no fewer. She found now only bare bushes, and here and there one last bloom clinging, gray, fading, loosening, and even as she watched, one of them let go its petals all at once and scattered them on the wet ground, and was only a stem. One by one, over that gray morning, the last gray roses fell and did not bloom again, and by noon the garden held nothing but ordinary dormant bushes waiting for an ordinary summer, and the women were gone out of it, all of them home. She found her mother's rose last of all at the heart, in the little clearing. She knew it by its color, gray shot with smoke of violet, the exact gray of her own eyes, and as she came to it, it too let go softly, without drama, its petals falling one after another onto the dark earth, until only the bare stem remained. Eve knelt in the clearing and gathered the fallen gray petals into her cut hands and held them, and wept, but was a different weeping now. Not the torn grief of the year, but something quieter, something almost like peace, the weeping of a daughter who has 30 years too late, and yet not too late, done the one thing she was born to do, and can now, finally, let her mother rest and rest herself. She buried the petals in the clearing, all of them, the gray ones from every fallen rose she could gather, in a single small grave at the heart of quiet garden, and she had no words for it, no prayer. So she only knelt a while in the wet grass and then said, aloud, softly, the thing that seemed truest. You can rest now. All of you. You're home. I've got it from here. And she did not fully know, saying it, what she meant by the last of it. I've got it from here. Only that it felt true and necessary, and that something in her had settled into it the way a key settles into a lock. She went down to the village that afternoon, to the blue door past the church, and Agnes opened it before she could knock, and took one look at her torn and bleeding and hollow-eyed and alive, standing on her step in the gray light, and the old woman's hard face broke, and she pulled Eve inside and held her hard, without a word, for a long time. And later, over tea, in the small, warm, ordinary kitchen, Eve told her all of it, and Agnes wept and laughed and wept again, and said over and over that she did not believe it, that no one had ever done it, that it could not be done, and then looked at Eve's face and knew that it had been. It's over, then, Agnes said at last, wonderingly, as though the words were in a language she had never expected to speak. 400 years. It's over. They're free. And Eve said yes. It was over. They were free. But that night, back at Blackthorn House, for she found she could not stay away, could not bring herself to leave, though the year of her bequest was not yet up and she was free now to go, Eve lay in the narrow bed in the quiet house, in the true quiet, the emptied quiet, and found that she was listening. Out of habit, she told herself. Only out of a year's hard habit. She lay and listened to the silence where the voices had been, and it was a good silence, a finished silence, and she was glad of it. And yet she lay awake in it listening, and could not quite name the things she felt, which was not fear and was not grief, and was almost loneliness of a new and quiet kind, the loneliness of the one left behind when everyone has finally gone home. The garden was empty now. The roses were only roses, and Eve was the last thorn, alone in the old house on the moor, the keeper of an empty garden, and she found, lying there in the dark, that she did not intend to leave it, that she could not quite say why, that when she reached for the reason, there was only the thing she had said in the clearing, rising up quiet and certain from somewhere below her own understanding. I've got it from here. Epilogue. Where the roses remember. Years passed, as years do, and the story of Blackthorn House became, in the village, an old story, then an older one, then the kind of story grandmothers tell and grandchildren half believe. The Thorne woman still lived up there, they said, alone in the old house on the moor, tending her garden. She kept to herself, but she was not unkind. The village had lost its old fear of the place by slow degrees, over the years, as nothing bad happened, as no one vanished, as a drive that no one would once drive down became just a drive. Children grew bold enough to dare each other up it. The blue-doored woman past the church, old Agnes, had been the last to speak of the place with the old dread, and when she died very old, the dread seemed mostly to die with her, and Blackthorn House became only a lonely house where a solitary woman grew roses. And the roses she grew were famous, in a small way, among those who cared for such things, for they bloomed early and late and full, and no frost seemed to kill them, and they were, every one, some shade of gray. Gray roses, the color of wood smoke, the color of a certain kind of eye. She never sold them and never cut them. She only tended them, year on year, an old woman now herself, gray-eyed, grave, with a great stillness about her, a waiting quality, that the village children found just slightly frightening without ever being able to say why. It was one of those children who saw her last, though no one knew it was the last time until after, a girl of 7 or 8, dared up the drive by bolder friends who lost their nerve at the gate, crept alone along the foot of the high red wall of the famous garden, trailing her hand against the warm brick, half hoping and half dreading to meet the strange gray Thorne woman, and stopped because she heard something on the far side of the wall among the roses. It was singing, a woman's voice, low and sweet, singing a tune the girl did not know but felt, somehow, that she almost knew, the way you almost know a thing from a dream you cannot remember. A lullaby. It was very beautiful and very sad and very kind, and the girl stood with her small hand flat against the warm brick and listened, and was not afraid, though she could not have said why she was not afraid. And after a while she found that her eyes had filled with tears she did not understand. She never saw who was singing. When she went home and told her mother she had heard the Thorne woman singing in the garden, her mother went pale and quiet, and told her never to go up the drive again. For word had come down that very week that the old woman had been found, some days before, at rest in the heart of her garden, in a little clearing, and had been a while gone, they thought, before anyone found her, so that the singing the child heard, her mother said, going very still, could not have been her, must have been the wind, must have been the child's own fancy. There was no one up there to sing, but the child knew what she had heard. And in the years that followed, as she grew, she would sometimes walk up a drive that no one feared any more, to the high red wall of the empty house's garden, and lay her hand against the warm brick and listen. And sometimes on the still evenings, she thought she heard it still, a woman's voice, low and sweet, singing among the roses. And it was not sad now, or not only sad, it was patient and kind and somehow glad, the voice of someone who is exactly where she means to be, keeping something, watching over something, waiting, not to catch, never going to catch, but only perhaps to greet gently whatever gray-eyed child might one day come wandering back up the drive with the old blood in her, and no idea what she carried. There was a new voice among the roses now, and it remembered, and it would know its own, if ever its own came home, and it would sing to her, not to keep her, but to welcome her, and then its long watch ended, to let her go. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this story, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below. Your support means a lot and helps bring more stories to life. Until next video.